Assistant Professor at Jagat Dharan Girls Degree College, Prayagraj, with vast expertise in educational psychology, educational measurement, and the teaching of commerce. His academic journey includes a DPhil from the University of Allahabad, along with degrees in M.Ed, M.Com, and B.Ed from the premier institutions like Banaras Hindu University and the University of Allahabad. His research contributions, particularly in emotional intelligence, self-concept, classroom learning environments, and commerce education, have been widely recognized in national and international journals. A BHU Medal awardee, Dr. Misra, is also a life member of IATE and has played a key roles in IQSE, innovation cells, and student development initiatives. Though he is physically in Prayagraj today, sharing the same spiritual space as our nation leader, his presence in our program reflects the seamless integration of knowledge and technology, making learning accessible beyond geographical boundaries. We are truly honored to have you here, sir, as our resource person, and we are eagerly looking forward to your insight during this faculty development program. Let's extend a warm virtual welcome to you, sir. Welcome you, sir. The platform is yours. Please carry on, sir. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for introducing me with your participants. I have a background of education and commerce as well. And this introduction was very wonderful. Thanks. And I'm also thankful to the college administration and principal sir to give me this opportunity to interact with participants of this FDP. This is my second time that I am interacting with the participants involved in this college in some way or other. So I kindly request you to mute so that we can continue with the discussions. And I request one of you to give me intermittent feedbacks whenever I will be asking that am I audible or not, like that. And I would be happy if we will interact more and more in the sessions. The same time will be offered by me during in the meantime. So let us start with the today's presentation. Uh, First of all, I would like to thank participants as well because they are the main stakeholders today in this discussion. And I hope you will be learning some of the things related to virtual classes. Am I audible? Someone from the coordinators or team may give me the feedback that am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Let us share my presentation. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. So we will be discussing how to deal teaching and learning situations in virtual classes, as we had observed 2 or 3 years back the COVID pandemic, which hit it hard and oriented us to use and forced us to use the online or virtual classes just to get these teaching learning activities continued. So we will be dealing with some aspects of virtual classes today and how to teach and learn through virtual classes. As we all are aware that technology is expanding day by day, and it is very pertinent to have basic knowledge of virtual classes so that we can arrange it accordingly. Even UGC also supports online teaching learning even if we are resorting to offline teaching or face-to-face teaching. Say, for example, 20 to 40% courses may be offered through online media for the welfare of students. So, begin with the first slide after introduction. Are the slides moving?
Yes, sir.
Fine.
We are in the first slide, classroom.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. This is the basic structure of classroom. I have taken all these images from somewhere else. These are available on website, and one should be very clear to cite sources as I have as well, from where you have got these information. So this is the typical classroom. It will be having a whiteboard, blackboard, or green board. In today's era, it may be having smart boards, interactive smart boards, and one teacher to teach students, so many students, and number of students 30, 40 as per the admission criteria and approval of intake. So in common or commonly we do it's or we understand classroom as a learning space where both children and adults learn. Means learning is for all, as we know. Learning is for all. And as an educationist, I prefer saying learning is a continuous process. Even I learn from my students during my classroom or formal, informal interactions with them. So, typically, a room or classroom in a school or college is where groups of students are taught. Means we have to teach students, as I have already cited the number that the 30, 40 in colleges, even 100 and more than that in larger rooms, physical rooms, where we teach face-to-face students. But we have certain limitations as we have to teach within the four walls of the classroom if we are resorting to face teaching learning. So this is the basic limitation, or we can say it is delimited up to the boundary of that physical classroom. If we are talking of face-to-face teaching learning. But it is not the only option that we have with us. We have other options as well. So we have virtual classrooms. As we are currently uh, engaged or we have joined this Zoom platform. This is one of the most popular video conferencing platform from where we can deliver the lectures, interact with the participants as I am currently interacting with you all. So virtual classroom, a typical virtual classroom may look like that. Means exactly not the same, but similar to this slide, the pictures in this slide. I request participants to kindly mute yourself so that intermittent noises can be avoided. Thank you. So this is a typical virtual classroom. It may look like that as the image is being shown through my PPT. Next slide. We should move to the next one. And this is virtual classroom. Are the text readable to the participant? Kindly give me the feedback regarding same. Are you able to fully comprehend or read the slides as well?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fine, thank you. So what is virtual classroom? Classroom may be physical, it may be virtual. So a virtual classroom or class may be defined as an online teaching learning environment or learning environment because learning takes place simultaneously through teaching. Then online teaching learning environment that usually or normally or generally allows for interaction, that is live interaction, Sometimes it may be asynchronous. If we go to attend some online recorded lectures, then it becomes asynchronous. Currently, we are in a synchronous mode of online interaction. So I am talking about that virtual class, and really that is virtual class, which is synchronous, means live interaction is taking place. So it used to be more beneficial for the teacher and the taught. So a virtual classroom is that online learning platform which allows for live interaction between the taught and the teacher, or teacher and the taught, or tutor and the learners, as they are participating in learning activities. So teacher and taught are participating in learning activities through online platform. It may be WebEx, it may be Zoom, it may be Google Meet, whichever platform it is, we are interacting live online. So it is an indicative characteristic of a virtual class. Second point of focus is that a virtual classroom is a kind of a digital replica, means we use a classroom in its digital form. So it is virtual classroom used to be a digital replica of a traditional classroom, or sometimes it may be training room. Let me point out that being a faculty and learner of education, I used to avoid the word training for humans, as they have their own uh, intelligence and discretion and wisdom too. So, so we, in place of training, we use education, teacher education, not teacher training. So, in virtual classroom, we find a digital replica of traditional classroom or a training room, where what happens? The instructors teach and the participants learn in real time, as we are doing right now. As we are doing right now. It may be face to face, but via internet enabled technology devices, etc. Like we are using internet, and we are using Zoom platform for that. Kindly mute yourself, please. Someone with the title iPhone, please. Thank you. So, face to face, but via internet enabled devices or instruments. This classroom or the meeting room, as we are doing here, Google means Zoom meeting platform, we can use whiteboards, and we can use brainstorming sessions, ideations, and discussion in real time. Even in Zoom meeting, even over Zoom meeting platform, we have break rooms. You have observed that during teacher education training or some special kind of training, we divide larger batches into smaller ones depending upon the topic of the project or the idea, separate ideas and separate groups belonging to separate classrooms. So virtually it can also be done. How? With the use of breakout rooms available over Zoom platforms. So we try to divide larger groups into smaller ones to have one-to-one discussions. The discussions may take among the participants in smaller group, or it may be done under the leadership of, kindly mute yourself. It is voice is coming out in the background. So in continuation, we can say that not all virtual classroom platforms require instructors. Means physical classrooms always require instructors in some form or the others, but the case is different with the virtual classrooms where not all virtual classroom platforms require instructors. It means it may be guided by some technological tools or some technology intervention. Means unsupervised virtual classrooms involve what the learners going through the content provided to them at their own pace, means at their own speed of learning through reading digital resources. It may be PDF, it may be PPT, it may be a movie, it may be a video content, it may be an audiovisual content or combination of multimedia, and watching YouTube videos of the material or in some other forms of video contents. As we usually learn from online contents, and the very popular media is YouTube. It is easily available. Coming to the next aspects, the sixth slide. What are the various tools available for virtual classrooms? We will be discussing one by one so that we have a clear-cut idea of the same. Tools for virtual classroom. Because without tool, without any media, we cannot deliver. Even if we use or if we resort to offline classes, then also we use some form of media if the classes are larger. Say, for example, microphone or sound systems or PPT presenters and projectors. These all are media for classes when we go to offline classes or offline mode of teaching learning. But in virtual classes also we have to use lots of tools or medias so that we can deliver the content effectively, as the virtual classes face different challenges in comparison to offline classes. So first of all is the video conferencing tool. We will be discussing some important tools in the next lecture after a short break in second session. But first and foremost importance is given to the video conferencing tool, as we are currently involved through Zoom in this meeting platform. It is also a kind of virtual classroom. It may have live interaction through messages, through personal messages, through PPT, through any particular multimedia content. Live discussions may take place. Even break rooms can be created for smaller group discussions. So video conferencing tool and selection of it plays a very important role. And most of the tools now had so designed that they can be very much conveniently used to teach and learn. It may be Zoom, it may be Google Meet also. Then next important tool for virtual class is using online whiteboard for real-time collaboration. What is it? Actually, online whiteboard, you might have seen offline green board, whiteboard, physical whiteboard, green board, physical smart board, interactive board. But while we use digital classroom, in digital or virtual classroom, we have to use online whiteboard for real-time collaboration. Means a board will be shared by the instructor for the students or with the students. Instructor will be writing or typing through keyboard, as we do write on whiteboard or blackboard in classrooms, and the same digital whiteboard will be allowed to have or receive comments from learners as well. Even the team teaching or group teaching may be resorted with the help of virtual classrooms. If we share or allow others to write on my whiteboard, it can be done in, say, for example, several video conferencing platforms. And their whiteboards may have different names, but we can write and we can collaborate as well. Collaboration means teaching, learning simultaneously with equal participation of student and teachers. Teacher. Then comes instant messaging tool. As earlier, when I have joined this platform, I got a good morning message from Dr. Nanjappa sir. So it was with the help of instant messaging tool. So you may have controls whether we have to allow messaging for all the students or not. It depends upon the sincerity and alertness and need of the teaching learning program. Instant messaging tools may be used to write opinions or give feedbacks or for raising questions and so on. Then comes participants or participation controls. As I was telling that whiteboard may be collaborated, it cannot be collaborated. It depends upon the instructor or need of the program that is being delivered through virtual classrooms. We can allow participants to enter freely or exit freely. Although exit freely is not allowed, it creates nuisance in any classroom. Even in offline classrooms, if you allow your students to leave anytime in between the lecture, it creates a disturbance. So, is the participant allowed to speak in between? Technical glitches uh, may have shown that sometimes incidentally or unintentionally the mics become on and background noise is coming out. So we can have so many participation control modes like mute mode, or we have to allow participants up to which extent they are giving their views through messages or through interactive video calls also. Means we have so many participation controls. Just and these controls depend upon the need of the hour. As I was discussing about breakout rooms, so you can have breakout rooms in Zoom as well, where a small meeting room or a separate part of the meeting, online meeting, may be generated or created with or without teachers. Means leaders may be from participants as well if they are mature enough, where small groups can discuss a particular issue before returning to the main meeting platform. Means we all are here in main meeting platform, but we can be shifted to breakout rooms as per the requirement of topic, title, project, or so. So to move forward to the seventh slide, what are the various advantages available with the virtual classrooms? We will be discussing it. Means, is virtual classroom beneficial or not? We will be discussing these things. First of all, it provides access to the learners or to attend the coursework from anywhere at any time. Means we can arrange online meeting anytime, anywhere. You don't have to come and attend the physical classrooms. You can easily learn and get things from your own residence at your own comfort. But for being or to maintain some formalities, we have to set a time for the same. Means time is very crucial, as we all have to come and interact simultaneously. So one important condition is that we have to be on time when we wish to have advantages of virtual classrooms, live classrooms. Otherwise, we can attend it from our places We don't have to rush to the college or place of learning when we are resorting to virtual classrooms. They provide you the access from anywhere. Anytime means here, anytime means the time prescribed by the institution or the teacher. So it depends upon the institutional objectives and their administrative policies, or if it is teacher centered, then teacher may decide a particular time so that all can attend at a particular time and interact with each other, because without interaction, teaching learning is not effective. To make learning more effective, it needs to be discussed. Even in offline classes, I resort to discuss with the students so that I can have the feedback that they are getting the content in a way in which I wish to deliver them, or something else is happening out there. So the next aspect is the multimedia support. So we need multimedia support. Multimedia means various forms of media combined together. It may be audio, it may be video, it may be combination of audio visual, it may be graphical presentation. Means you have to use so many media or combination of them to make teaching more effective and conducive for the target audiences. And in this sequence, then next comes what should be the combination of structure or schedule and freedom. Means how to structure virtual classes, how to schedule them, and what are the freedoms available to the learners. Means you can have two options, two timing options. You can have a combination of structure, how to deal with virtual classes as per the requirement of any particular program or course of study. Then comes effective time management. We have to manage time very effectively. Time is precious for all. There's no doubt in it. So effective time management is very pertinent, because online media needs to be very requires very planned efforts from the part of teachers to deliver the content, as we lack face-to-face real contacts, as participants may be watching it or not, may be attending it or not. As we observe in physical classes, that some of the participants are not getting concentrated, but we can have this feedback by reading their faces or observing their behaviors. But in the virtual classes, this is the limitation, that we cannot see their faces actually, as we have the limited space in the screen, or sometimes participants are asked to mute their video, so just to have a conducive and smooth meeting. So effective time management is very important. Where to start, when to progress, and when to have feedback from the students, so that their continuous attention is uh, received by the content provider to the course. Then comes expanded worldview and diverse culture. Means, as I am here sitting in the northern part of our country, and you people might be joining from different parts of the country, having different cultures, different legacies, different approaches, different connotations, but we are here commonly sharing our ideas through this online meeting platform, just within no time and with lesser efforts. We didn't travel too much. we are sitting comfortably in our homes and interacting, and not only in India, but we may interact through across the world through these online platforms. Means expanded worldview and diverse culture can be attended to with the help of virtual classrooms, which is not the 100% possibility with the offline classes, because we have limited spaces to sit, and we have physical distances, we have sometimes other formalities which hinder the combination or expanded worldview of diverse culture in offline classes. But in online classes or virtual classes, we can deal with them simultaneously. Next comes asynchronous discussions with classmates. Synchronous means opposite to asynchronous, means live, and asynchronous means offline, not live. Suppose we are interacting here in a synchronous mode, means live mode. Live interaction is taking place. Although you might be listening, but interaction is taking place. You might be getting some of the information from my side. And after finishing the presentation, I will be getting your feedback. Then we will be interacting. We may have interaction through messages as well. But right now I am focusing on the presentation. So I will be allowing you to ask questions at the end of this presentation. So synchronous and asynchronous discussions both can take place with the classmates, with the participants, among the participants, with the teachers, among the teachers. Anything can happen synchronously as well as asynchronously, because in real classrooms or physical classrooms we discuss synchronously, but in virtual classrooms recorded lectures means we can discuss or we can have these content asynchronously after the lecture is over through that platform, which is usually not the case in offline classes. It means it is the greatest advantage. We can have recorded lectures and may listen for it so many times to grasp the actual meaning as per our own time space management. Then comes immediate feedback on tests. We will be observing some of the tools in the other session this day, when we will be discussing how to evaluate and have feedback from the learners. So immediate feedback is very important, as immediate medical attention is pertinent for to treat an illness. In the same way, immediate feedback is important for a conducive, effective learning. In the absence of immediate or proper feedback, the appropriate learning may not take place, and teachers must be informed immediately that if the student is getting the point or not, is comprehending the things or not. For the same, online platforms in the form of messages, in the form of group chats, in the form of recorded voice mails, we can have immediate feedbacks. Then comes sharpened digital skills. Suppose we had not faced the pandemic. I'm not saying that pandemic was important. It should be, uh, we can say that it must not have been so the case, but it had happened and we have to accept it that it had happened. And its after effect was that we resorted to online classes. Most of the teachers to whom I know were not even able to use WhatsApp efficiently. They started to learn how to use video conferencing tools, as the online teaching learning was the only option to deal with the teaching learning situations in those days. So they got their digital skills sharpened over the time. Now they are arranging virtual classes on their own. So with the use of virtual classes, we get our digital skills enhanced, sharpened. It will work with the teachers. We all are the academicians, and we should know how to deal with online teaching learning platforms to deliver effective. Then, what are the after advantage we will be dealing with? This slide means potential drawbacks of a virtual classroom. So everything has two faces. So the virtual classes do have two separate faces, as every coin has two faces. Some one is positive and another is negative or restrictive effectiveness of virtual classrooms. So the potential drawbacks have been listed in this slide. We will be discussing one by one to comprehend. First of all, virtual classrooms are prone to connectivity issues. Means virtual classrooms cannot be accessed in the areas with limited internet connectivity or a lack of compatible hardware. Suppose if you do not have laptops or smartphones, then definitely you will not be able to connect with the online classroom platforms. So the first and foremost thing is we have to invest in hardwares, compatible hardwares, along with softwares and internet facilities. In India, basically in rural areas or some disadvantaged areas, people with limited earnings, they are not capable enough to purchase all the required tools, hardware and software to attend virtual classes. So in some part or in one way or the other, government has planned to give them smartphones in our colleges. This is being distributed under the scheme of Digi Shakti to the girl students of our college. So government is trying to provide these facilities, and now it is up to the learners how they use these smartphones and laptops. So we have to guide them as well, being the guardian and teachers. So virtual classrooms may have internet flaws, technical glitches, incompatibility of hardware, etc. Then these things may interrupt the smooth flow of virtual classrooms, really. Now the next part is, as the students and instructors are not physically near and close to one another, as it is in the case presently with us, we are not facing each other physically. We are here combined over a digital platform. So it is a greatest drawback that we cannot have facial expressions or feedbacks or behaviors of the students, and in online classes these things are lacking. We cannot observe physically any learner, participant or student properly as we can do with the offline classes to have proper feedbacks, because for a teacher communication is very important. How to communicate, what are the ways to communicate, how to communicate effectively with the audiences as per the requirement of the audiences, as per the interest and levels of the audiences. A teacher must be aware of all these aspects. Otherwise, only delivery will be done without any meaningful teaching learning. So, it is very important to have physical feedback in the form of physical observable behaviors, their facial expressions, their interests physically, so that we can have focused class. And it is the greatest disadvantage of online classes that we are not able to keep continuous focus on the class. It becomes a very, very important challenge for the instructor to manage the class when it is the case with the virtual classroom. So it is another greatest drawback of virtual classroom. Then comes, we do not have any direct control over the students or classroom. In physical classrooms, we can have that particular direct control over the students. We can ask them to stop laughing, to stop talking to each other, to focus on what I am teaching. Uh, we can ask them direct questions, what is wrong with you? But in virtual classes, we do not have any direct control over the students or the classrooms. We have only indirect control. Suppose if someone is attending the workshop or not, it cannot be 100% observed, because we do not have all the faces present. We generally ask participants to mute videos to have smooth meeting with less data burden. So means you all are sincere participants. I'm not saying that you are not attending, but if you will be teaching through online mode, definitely you will be experiencing that you do not have any direct control over the students or the classroom. For a teacher, it is very annoying sometimes. So this is one of the drawbacks of the virtual classroom. Then comes learning environment. As I have already used one of the variables in my PhD thesis during my research work, that was classroom learning environment. So what is classroom learning environment? We can have an idea that classroom learning environment may involve physical environment of the classroom, social environment of the classroom, because classroom is a small social group. Even we can quote John Dewey that school is a miniature of society. John Dewey said that school is a miniature of society or miniature society. So the classroom is also a small group, small society, social group. Because in educational psychology, we deal with classroom as a group, classroom as a group. So it is 100% sure that classroom is a social group. So, classroom learning environment involves physical environment of the class, means temperature, light, air, ventilation, ambience, etc., along with social and psychological variables or social or psychological factors. Social factors means how students interact with each other, how they form groups, do they have separate groups with common interests, do they provide entry to other members in their respective groups or not. Psychological things are that, are students motivated or not, are students learning or not, are they interested or not. These are some of the psychological variables which affect classroom learning environment, or simply say classroom climate. So we do not have any direct control over the learning atmosphere or classroom environment or classroom climate during virtual classes, because we do not have any uh, physical interaction, face-to-face interaction, and we are sitting in different places, sitting at different places with different environments. So we cannot have a common environment for all. Common classroom environment for all cannot be created. It poses a biggest challenge for a teacher to deal all the students in an equitable way. Sometimes another drawback is that sometimes enrolling into online live classes or courses or programs can be costly for small institutions. Just because institutions have to invest in online media, video conferencing tools, internet facilities, softwares. So not always, but sometimes students with smaller earnings or capital may not be able to get all these hardware and software facilities available to them for the purpose. So it is also one of the delimitation or limitation. I will be saying limitation of the virtual class. Then comes this point comes from the part of or prospect of students, just because students lack real-time teaching experience. Suppose we are participating in this online virtual platform, and that is live, but you may not be feeling as the same you feel with the live classes, offline classes. Here, you might be having informal dress ups, you might be sitting loosely or so, but in physical classes, we have to follow some protocols. Otherwise, we will not be allowed to enter the classrooms, or we may be questioned regarding our questionable behaviors in physical classroom. So, students lack real-time teaching experience. So, this is also one of the drawbacks of this online or virtual classroom. And in another case, if any student is resorting to asynchronous mode of classroom, means he or she is listening to recorded lectures, say in MOOCs, or so we do with the courses that some part of the lectures are pre-recorded and you have to listen as you do with the YouTube lectures, then definitely you will be lacking the real-time classroom experience or learning experience. This is also one of the drawbacks of virtual classes. Then comes the risk to the traditional student-teacher collaboration. We are talking about Indian knowledge system. In Hindi, we call it Bharatiya Gyan Parampara. Too much to nowadays, and it should be done as well. But in ancient times, if we go back to or refer to ancient times, there was a pupil teacher bond, which was based on idealistic framework. Strict, hard discipline. Teachers were treated as parents by the learners. And in the same way, teachers also interacted with the students as their own children. Then, definitely, this pragmatic approach of classroom, that is your virtual classroom, we may say that our idealistic form of offline classroom in ancient days, which was based on very close bond between teacher and student, is definitely lacking in this pragmatic virtual classroom approach. Pragmatism deals with current value systems, and it doesn't believe in fixed value system. So if we discuss about the bond that was there in the ancient times between the teacher, means the touch between the teacher and feelings between the teacher and students, which is that is completely lacking, or it completely absent, or more or less absent in virtual classrooms. Here only the media is means to connect between media to connect between the teacher and the student is digital platform. And those times when I was referring to the ancient times, the connection media was the emotions, touch, bond, and relationship between the teacher and taught, which is definitely lacking in virtual classrooms. We cannot reject this notion. Next comes lack of socialization. The very one of the very important purpose of education is to have or to provide proper socialization to its learner or to the child. But to provide socialization, we need to interact with the society, and this interaction starts with the family members, then our society, our colony, and our school times. Means social horizons increase day by day as the learner proceeds to the higher classes. But during online classes, this social discussion, social gathering, social interaction is more or less not available in that magnitude at it as it should be, and it can be done with the offline classes, where in offline classes students come and interact with each other belonging to different cultures, different languages, different eating habits, and so all, which is definitely not the case with this virtual classroom. Means lack of socialization takes place when we resort to virtual classroom. So we should take care that not only virtual classroom, we can have combination of virtual and offline classes to reap out more benefits uh, for the students. So moving forward to the next slide, ninth one. What are the pedagogical approaches for virtual classes? We will be discussing them in coming minutes. So first of all, is virtual classrooms are requiring very high interactivity. Means we can have such virtual classrooms where we need to have discuss or have feedback so frequently. Otherwise, the concentration or participation may get weakened. Say, for example, over the course of the virtual sessions, as suppose I am teaching you, so intermittently I may be asking, am I audible or not, or so, is my PPT working or not? So we have to adopt some pedagogical approach as we adopt in offline classes. Then we have to adopt some specially designed pedagogical approaches for virtual classes as well. So they have some structures, and we have to follow them, like virtual classrooms with high interactivity. Means just to break the monotony or to ensure the effective participation, alertness, we can use this model, that is virtual classrooms with high interactivity. Means over the course of the virtual session or the program or the delivery or content delivery, the instructor, teacher, or tutor should encourage the students to participate every 3, 5, 4, 6 minutes. It not be possible with all the virtual classes, but for younger children or smaller children who are in early primary stages, they may be asked to participate in every 3 to 5 or 10 minutes, so that because their concentration is not that developed, so we have to ask them about the feedback continuously in every 5 to 6 minutes. Then comes collaborative learning. Means teacher and taught both are collaborating for the effective, efficient learning. Means it is an active process of the collective instruction of knowledge or information using what the groups as a source of information, as a motivational agent, and as a means of mutual support. Means we have to collaborate regarding motivation, regarding mutual support, regarding construction of knowledge. Basically, these 3 points should be taken care of while we are collaborating in teaching learning through virtual classes. What? We have to collaborate for creation of knowledge. We have to collaborate for motivational approach or motivation for the sake of motivation, as well as we have to collaborate for mutual support and help. Then definitely the virtual classrooms will be effective. Otherwise, there is skepticism about its effective and smooth delivery. Then comes learner-centered instruction. It is also the case with offline classes. We resort to learner-centered approaches of teaching. So learner-centered instruction means it is asynchronous virtual teaching where the tutor creates video lectures and self-directed activities. We might You might be knowing about Skinner's programmed instruction. In Hindi, we call it Abhikramit Anudeshan, programmed instruction. So, programmed instructions uh, create conducive learning environment. How? They break larger contents into smaller ones, smaller units. They provide ample scope for the learners as these are recorded lectures, asynchronous lectures, not live, and learner can have these online contents for so many times, 2 times, 3 times, or n number of times to have clarity about the content or comprehensiveness of the content, and he or she may learn according to his or her own pace or speed of learning. That is the case, and availability of time also. So, learner-centered instruction is very important in offline as well as online classes. And here the contents are provided in recorded forms usually, just to cater to the learner's need of self-direction, means self-directed learnings. Sometimes it is denoted by a term that is andragogy, means self-directed learning, and learners here cover the course or syllabus at their own pace, speed. While on the other hand, synchronous means live classes or virtual classes, as we are doing right now through this platform, require student-centered instructions in which or where the learners and the tutor interact equally. Means in live classes also, learner-centered approach may be adopted. How? By live interaction among the learners, between the teachers and the learners, as per the requirement of the content or the program. Then comes the 10th slide, the next one. Other pedagogical approaches, like we have to frame variety of content presentation and learning activities just to have diversified learning experiences, or just to provide diversified learning experiences for the learners. We try to use variety of content, audiovisual contents, variety of contents and presentation forms and learning activities. Means we should use differentiated instructions to cater to the varied needs of the learners, which takes into consideration the differences in the needs, as I have already discussed, levels of the learning of the students, learning styles of the learners. Some are auditory learners, some are visual learners, some are audio visual learners. There are different types of learners denoting their different learning styles. So we have to cater to the needs of different learning styles as well, providing a flexible learning experience. The learning experience should be flexible enough to deal with the requirement of the learners, and we have to present the content through various types of media. Means we have to use multimedia, audio visual means uh, other like text, audio visual, PDF, etc. It may be some uh, text in the form of, you can say, means some cartoons also, or some pictures, or some video content combined with audio. We use some graphics as well, graphical presentations. So different types of media can be used just to do or to retain the attention and interest of the learners. Varied forms breaks monotony and makes learning interesting. So, since to have continuous attention from the participants or learners during virtual classes is a big challenge for a teacher. So, it is the duty of the teacher to present the content using multimedia approach just to have or just to retain the interest and attention of the learners. Then comes another pedagogical approach, which is psychologically safe environment. Means, what is this? The sense of a more informal and safer emotion environment means through the virtual classes, a teacher should use his expertise, experience to provide at least such environment where student or learners may feel emotionally engaged as well as emotionally secured. Means we have to cater to the needs or emotional needs of the learner as well, just to provide them a safe environment for the learning. Means the sense of a more informal and safer emotional environment, as the learners normally participate from the comfort of their homes, as we are doing today. And the learning process is much more focused because the absence of the usual physical distractions that are found in the conventional classroom. Psychological safety leads to better learning outcomes. So we have to be very specific while teaching through virtual classes, that psychologically our learners should feel safe. So to make them more focused. Then comes as we were discussing earlier about classroom learning environment. The classroom learning environments may be basically categorized into two types: supportive classroom learning environments and inhibitive classroom learning environments. Supportive classroom learning environment provides conducive learning, while on the other hand, inhibitive learning environments disrupt or interrupt smooth learning. So, a teacher, even in the virtual classes, should try to create such an environment where student may feel emotionally secure. Then comes another approach, that is positive and constructive feedback. So, what is this positive and constructive? Means the in during the synchronous, means real time classrooms, we can allow for immediate feedback from the participants, both from the tutor as well as from the participants or learners, in both an individual and in a general way. Means we can ask general questions to the audiences, we can have a poll, or we can have a feedback session, or we can chat through messages, or we can have intermittent breaks to discuss the things that have already been delivered through the virtual classes, just for the purpose of feedback, just to improve the teaching learning environment, so that the teaching learning presentation may be so designed to support the further learning of the students. Means in synchronous virtual classrooms, we can have real feedbacks both from the teacher and the students, and it may be done through in an individual manner. Means a particular participant may be asked to respond, or a participant may ask questions directly to the teacher individually, or we can have a general query as well through the moderators, through the help of moderators of the sessions. So The key role of the tutor or teacher or instructor here in virtual classes is to create an atmosphere of positive feedback by guiding the group's interaction. Means we have to guide the group. We have to guide the group instruction as we do in a four quadrant approach of MOOCs, massive open online courses, where we teach, we provide content, we provide discussion spaces after the content presentation, and the teacher leads the group. If someone from the group responds directly to the participant who has raised the question, then teacher supports. If the response is incorrect or partially correct, then the teacher or the tutor may correct the response just to complete the feedback process. Means a teacher or tutor here in this approach or this pedagogical approach acts as a uh, the leader of the group to direct the feedback system or participants feedback. Then comes how we can have effective virtual classroom experiences. Means we have to have some uh, points in mind. We have to keep some points in mind so that our virtual classroom may become effective, because we need to be effective. Otherwise, if teaching and learning is not effective, then it's a waste of time and energy for both teachers as well as student. So we have to consider some of the aspects of effective virtual classrooms. First, mobile optimization. What is this? We have found that many virtual classes or class applications now have support for smartphone, Apple phone, tablet devices, offering even more flexibility than before. Means day by day, we are observing that the platforms for video conferencing and online classes are becoming more and more conducive for the teaching learning process. They are advancing their features, they are updating their features, they are making their features more useful or user oriented. So it is the outcome of technological advances that we are having almost all the digital platforms in the form of mobile applications. We can get them downloaded from App Store, and we can have these downloaded, and we can use them from anywhere. Means we are having mobile phones with us. They are very handy. They are very easy to carry from one place to another. Even some of the teachers or students might be having more than one mobile phones with them continuously. So the crux of the statement is that we have very mobile platforms, not mobile phones, mobile platforms through mobile phones. We can use them in application forms through our mobile applications. We need not to mandatorily have desktops. We have the option. As right now I'm using desktop, means it provides a broader presentation area. It is easy to see and observe all these things because screen is bigger. But we can also have online virtual classes through mobile phones, through mobile applications provided by the different platforms. They are now consumer oriented and very conducive for teaching and learning. You can simply download them and use them for your teaching and learning. Then comes we can use enhanced collaborative tools. Just because your students or our students are not near each other physically does not mean that they cannot interact and collaborate. Means even physical distances, means hindrances of physical distances may be overcome with the enhanced collaboration features available through these platforms. We can use collaborative whiteboards. We can use other collaborative media platforms where student and teacher both can interact with each other simultaneously. For what? To create knowledge, to help and support, and to to achieve the common objective of the classes. Then comes, you have to, means these are the effective these are the tools to have more effective classrooms, online classrooms. So we can use these the mobile applications, means we can use the enhanced collaboration options given by these platforms to make our virtual classroom more effective. And we can have interactivity, means whether it's through simulations, you might be hearing virtual classes, augmented reality, and all. So there, through virtual platforms, we can create or we can simulate the situations for the purpose of teaching and learning. We can have virtual labs, visits of virtual labs as well. So it is becoming very simpler day by day to use virtual classrooms, and these advancements of technologies in virtual classrooms are making virtual classrooms more effective for the teachers as well as students. Means what do you mean by interactivity? Here it means it is through simulations, flipped classroom setups. You might be discussing about flipped classrooms. Flipped classrooms have have the different models. Means flipped classrooms means we can have sometimes offline classes, sometimes online classes, or a admixture of both. Blended learning approach is also doing a great job. So it can be flipped classroom setups or real world case studies. It may be virtual classes. These all have the potential to be more than just listening to an instructor. Means not only listening, participants are actively participating as well, just with the help of interactivity. Various online applications offer a higher degree of interactivity, as we do with the various video conferencing tools. When it comes to engaging with the material, you can collaborate, you can discuss, you can communicate simultaneously. So the interactivity is getting more and more approachable for virtual classrooms. Here are some of the indicative list of popular virtual meeting platforms. You can go and visit these platforms. We are using Zoom right now. We have GoToMeeting. We have WebEx platform. We have GroupMe. We have Periscope. We have this, Skype is the very popular. Earlier it was very popular. We have FaceTime. We have Google Meet. We can also interact with Google Drive, Google Classrooms, Dropbox, and these are some of these are this is the indicative list of some of the popular virtual meeting platforms. This is not the exhaustive list or conclusive list. This is only an indicative list. You might be comfortable with the one or the other. You can use it, or if your institution has some policies regarding the same, you have to definitely go through this or that. Then comes expectations versus reality in virtual classrooms. Means we expect too much from a virtual classroom, and reality is quite different sometimes. That too we have to take into mind so that we do not face the adverse impact of virtual classes. Means expectations is that the green part of the tutor on left part of this slide, she's looking more happy, more confident, more relaxing. These are the expectations of the virtual classrooms. But sometimes, not always, reality is different. which can be seen through the right part of expectations versus reality picture of the same teacher. She is getting tired. She is looking frustrated sometimes. She is not able to connect properly as the internet connectivity is not proper. She might be facing some glitches, therefore she is getting frustrated. So there are some drawbacks of the real classrooms, which is which may be considered for its timely removal also. Otherwise, uh, there will be a gap created between expectations from the virtual classrooms and reality. Means we have to be practical while dealing with virtual classrooms. We do not expect things to go in a smoother manner every time. We may be facing some difficulties in one class or the other. So we have to keep it in mind as well in advance. So, so what are these expectation versus reality in virtual classrooms? These are means when you need to find a place with good internet connection. It happens with all of us. Sometimes we don't find a good connectivity of the internet. Then the very concept of this virtual classroom get defeated. We are searching for a mobile connection or internet connectivity and roaming along with our devices in one room or the other, or one room from the other room, and try to searching out for a proper place where we can have a proper internet connectivity also. Then usually we find a certain point or spot where we connect or we have a stable connection, but that part may not be conducive for teaching, may not be conducive for learning. So it is a case. It used to be. It used to happen with most of us, but we have to have a proper internet connection. This is the requirement of the online classes. But if we do not have any proper internet connection, then definitely online classes are not for us. Then we have to struggle with them. And what is it's what it impacts, how it impacts. It impacts in such a manner that the whole or half of the session of the teacher is wasted in finding the proper place for internet, and he feels discomfort. Then comes sometimes it also happens that video calls don't live up to your expectation and broken or tampered video or audio connections. It happens. You might be facing with WhatsApp calls, or you might be facing with Zoom applications. You might be facing with meeting app. We may be having technical glitches. We may be having internet issues. We may not be having a clear-cut interaction through video. Then the very purpose gets defeated. Then comes sometimes when you need to deal with some serious lag on online quizzes. Means I'm talking about in third point regarding feedback from the students. Suppose when we need some feedback, and a teacher had asked the question to the audience and nobody is responding. Then teacher is searching out, is there anybody to respond to my point or question? Nobody answers. Then it creates a very frustrating, very uncomfortable situation for a teacher when he or she is not getting the proper response from the students. So this is also a case with the it is also a case with the virtual classrooms. It's a reality versus expectation. Now coming to the next slide. Sometimes it also happens we may become too comfortable with online sessions. Means the teacher asks the class a question and everyone stays silent. Now I was discussing earlier. Your poor teacher means the teacher who is not getting the appropriate answer is almost looking like a beggar, begging for someone to turn on their microphone and to speak an answer in front of teacher for his raised question. But like you and other participants, most of the classmates are keeping mum, they are not responding, or they might be engrossed with some other activities along with attending online classes. Means they were attending the online classes, but their attention was not on the same, but it was getting shifted to another places. Then definitely you or the participant will not be able to answer any questions or responses, so he or she will not be unmuting the microphone, and the teacher will be asking like a beggar, who is going to respond? Are you getting my point? Etc. and etc. Next is when sometimes teacher is trapped by the illusion of having no deadlines. Means I'm just emphasizing this point that when you have no deadlines, means when you are resorting to self-paced learning, then it happens sometimes that you are not getting your assignments completed because you do not have any deadline. You have been allowed to work on your own space. So you should try to stick to a deadline. Otherwise, in virtual classes where asynchronous projects are given, means not like responses, you may be hearing or attending to the recorded lectures and you have to respond accordingly and complete the course. Then definitely you might be lacking the proper concentration, motivation, and encouragement, and the course outcome may be delayed. Then comes sometimes when you are told to dress formally for an online session. Generally, we do not attend online sessions with formal dress ups. For a speaker, it is mandatory as he or she needs to be focused, and he should do. But sometimes participants are attending in their casual uniforms or dresses. And suppose you are a teacher, you are teaching a class, you have a formal dress up, and you are expecting your students to be formally dressed up, but they are not. Then a case or a situation may come where you have to feedback regarding the proper dress code of the students. You may ask, kindly unmute your video and show me, are you properly dressed? Then students, if they are not properly dressed up, they will either not unmute their videos, or they will be standing in front of you unformally dressed up. It becomes an embarrassing situation for all. So it happens sometimes. We have the proof for the same. Then comes these are I think this is the crux that we have to discuss by tomorrow, and these are some of the important references or sources. And now you are requested to ask questions or to have discussions. Now the podium is open for the discussion. Moderator, please coordinate the session for the rest of the time. Thank you. From my part, it is over for this session. Do we have any query or questions, or should we move forward for a break? Kindly respond. I am waiting for the response. May I have your attention, please? Is there any query or question? Organizers, please respond. This was all about from my side for the first session. Then definitely we'll be having a break for a short while. Is there any question or query from your side? Is anyone present on behalf of organizers? Kindly respond so that we can have a fruitful session. Or should I leave the meeting? Am I audible? Hello, am I audible? Should we start this second session? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
So should we start the second session? Hello. So are we ready for the second session? Okay, fine. At least someone has responded. Fine. So in this session, dear participants, we will be dealing with some aspects of online classes, with basically video conferencing tools, how to prepare content, means we will be discussing a pro forma for content development. And if time allows us, we will be doing hands-on session on evaluation applications as well. Fine. Let me share my screen first. I hope I am properly audible.
Sir, audible.
Thank you, sir. Now just confirm, is my screen is visible?
No, sir.
Now, is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Fine, thank you. So this is the first slide, means we will be discussing various aspects of online teaching, learning and evaluation, but we have to delimit it up to video conferencing tools and evaluation. So let us start with the basic concept of video conferencing, which is the base and backbone of any online classes. So video conferencing is basically an interactive platform where we have a visual communication sessions online between two or more users, irrespective or regardless of their location, means their physical location. Doesn't mean too much. We feature audio as well as video contents in real time, so that the discussion may be interactive and effective. Means it's a platform as we are using currently, this platform of Zoom. Here we are seeing one another, and we can have chats, we can have audio interactions with each other by making this video conferencing session interactive and more fruitful. Basically, initially, in earlier days, when it was introduced, these video conferencing softwares were only enabled users to make video calls You might have observed the developments in WhatsApp and WhatsApp calls. So initially, video conferencing where the softwares were only enabled for users to have or to make a video calls or to have only group video conferences, as we did with as we did in past with Skype and all. Means what was the main objective? Just to have online face-to-face communication and nothing else. It was not meant for teaching or so. But due to passage, with the passage of time and with the requirements in the field, they have adopted so many advancements to make them conducive for teaching and learning as well. Now, they are not only dealing with video conferencing or face-to-face interaction, but on the other hand, they are also providing various tools, collaborative platforms to have a fruitful interactive teaching learning session. Means they are very useful now, but earlier the case was not that. Uh, Basically, they were used by the audiences to have video calls and to hold a group video conferences, as were group audio calls. Later on, the development turned up with group video conferences. However, as I have already told you that as technology advanced, these video conferencing softwares and tools acquired so much, means plenty of helpful tools, collaborative tools, helpful tools, as I am using the screen share option to share with you my PPT. It was not possible earlier when Skype also was started, because it was not meant for teaching, learning, and sharing. It was only meant for video conferencing or group chat or group conferencing, video conferencing. So now they have acquired plenty of helpful tools like Blackboard, sharing mechanism, etc. So, small rooms, breakup rooms, so that the features for remote communication and learning may be facilitated. Means we are not facing each other physically, but we are facing each other electronically, or we can say in virtual classes. And to make this virtual classes fruitful, they have acquired so many tools and features to host and to facilitate this remote communication and teaching. So this was the starting background of video conferencing tools. Now, today, most of the video conferencing is rather a tool for integrated into video collaboration and unified communications platforms. Means now we can collaborate and we can use them as unified communications platforms. That also offers, along with this thing, they also offer screen sharing. I have already told you screen sharing, slideshow, that what I am using, slideshow, recording. You can also record the meeting, even the Zoom, even the meetings or virtual classes conducted over the Zoom can be recorded. It can be shared to other media like Facebook, YouTube simultaneously. You can have mass proliferation of ideas through these communication technologies. Earlier, it was not the case. So now what you can do? You can slideshow, you can screen share, you can record, you can message instantly, you can have project management tools also for MBA and other engineering students and school students. We have telephony integration among other features. We can communicate as well, we can call as well. So, as an increasing number of companies are involving and entering into this field, as well as educational institutions, these have earlier the educational institutions have resorted to remote work, video conferencing. We may have so many examples of our known persons that they are working from home for their offices, teachers are teaching from home for students or some organization. So means the use of these web video conferencing technologies uh, has increased over time. So now the gradually this video conferencing technical tool is becoming the new normal. Earlier, it was treated as an advancement, but now it is not so. It is now treated as a new normal thing. If one doesn't know how to make a video call, then he or she will be treated abnormal, not normal. Means he will be treated like he knows nothing. If does not he is not able to make a video call also. So it is now becoming a new normal and shaping the way we communicate and we learn and we work. Means it is also impacting our way of communication, our way of learning, our way of teaching, and performing our work duties. So it is becoming a new normal now. Okay, what are the various advantages of these video conferencing tools or mechanism or applications? First and foremost, suppose we want a huge gathering over a particular platform and in no time or in very less time, then definitely we can resort to this video conferencing mechanism to have this discussion for brainstorming, just because brainstorming provides lots of ideas, and these ideas can be collected via these video conferencing tools in a very short span of time. We have to simply purchase an internet connection. We need to install any particular application like WebEx, Zoom, or Google Meet. Then we have to create a meeting link and we have to schedule it accordingly and create a meeting link. Then we can immediately share this link with the participants, target audiences, just to have the invitation for them to join the platform for discussion. But if we resort to offline discussion, then it takes too much time. We have to formally invite them. We have to allow them to have a reasonable time frame to join the meeting. Means they have to travel from far-flung areas. It takes time. Sometimes reservations with the trains are not available. So if we want any discussion, brainstorming ideas now in place of more or less in place of offline classes or offline conferences, we resort to this video conferencing tools. Even the meetings of academic councils and executive councils of universities and institutions are taking place through these video conferencing tools, as we have facilities for document share, screen share, and all. Transparency is there. Anything can be presented and shared among the members within no time and with less effort. Then comes, it resembles almost near life impressions. The second point of this slide. Is my slide visible to the participant? Anyone from you, please? May I have the feedback that is it visible to you or not? Okay, I assume that it is visible and I'm proceeding forward. It is almost near, it provides almost near life impressions. It works like as we are already joining or we have already in a real classroom and in an offline mode. Actually, it is not in an offline mode, but we have clear-cut near life impressions and we enjoy it a lot. And we can have groups as well so that group specific objectives can be fulfilled. So as we do with the small classrooms divided into groups, having common idea or common objectives. So here in online or video conferencing tools also, we can create breakout rooms and share the participants accordingly from this main group of web conference, video conferencing. Then comes these video conferencing tools are very secured as far as communications are concerned. They have their own encryptions, security features. They do not share the data with others usually, and we can securely confidential. We can maintain confidentiality. We can have the security uh, amongst the important features for the video conferencing tools. Means we can communicate in any way, and that communication will be secured as well. It is not insecure. Even in some cases, we can use the lock feature, meeting lock, yeah, meeting room lock. We can lock the meeting room so that no other side or no unwanted person can enter and listen to us. So it maintains secrecy, and we can also resort to participants entry based on their verification. Online verification means they will be asked to provide their email IDs, so that if in case of any mistakes or in case of any unhappenings, the same can be traced back to rectify the issue. Then it also, as I have already told you, that it saves lots of time, means time is very precious. And through video conferencing, we can conduct or have meetings, and people may attend from their own places, respective places or residence. No need to come and join physically and invest in transportation and fuel costs, etc. Sometimes it looks like that it is also helping the environment by minimizing the wastage of fuel or energy in traveling necessarily. Then next advantage is it provides supports meeting with ease. Means the meeting may be conducted with very easily, and there is no pomp and show, no such hardships for the organizers as we do with offline meetings, where lots of formalities needs to be done. Even provision of breakfast, fast food, etc., and the requirement of refreshment is not mandatory in video conferencing tools. So institutes can save their money as well if they have to quick decision. Then next slides will be discussing regarding, this is the fourth one. Now the next one, fifth one. So in coming slides, we will be discussing some regarding some modes of video conferencing, how video conferencing may be transacted. There are some approaches, there are some modes. So we will be discussing them one by one. The first mode is point-to-point video calls. So what is this? This refers to those video sessions involving at least two participants who can see and hear each other simultaneously. Along with this, video calls are perfect for face-to-face communication with your colleagues and students. Point-to-point video calls. Suppose any of your student may have some doubt regarding any content of the course that you have already taught through offline or online classes. Now, he or she wishes to get clarification or would like to have more comprehension from a teacher as a student, and approached you through a point-to-point video call. Then you can have that session, and there will be only two participants. You will be facing each other. You are able to see each other, interact with each other simultaneously and in real situation. And these are perfect for those students who want to discuss with the teacher in one-on-one mode due to their introvertedness. Means they are shy, they lack public discussion, or they like discussion among the whole classroom. Then they can use this point-to-point video calls, and these point-to-point video calls may also be used for taking interview of the participants. Some of the institutions are conducting interviews of the participants. Say, for example, if I have to interview a candidate sitting abroad in USA or so, then in place of asking him or her to come here and give interview in front of the interviewees, it is better to get his or her interview through this video conferencing tool. That will be an example of point-to-point video calls. Then comes multi-point video conference. Earlier, point-to-point calls were referring to only 2 points, one party, another party. Now, multi-point video conference. These are also called as full duplex video sessions involving more than two participants. Not only two, but more than two participants who can see and hear each other simultaneously. And these multi-point video conferences are similar to a round table discussion that we do with offline discussions, where all the participants or students have equal rights to discuss. And this video conferencing mode is perfect for what? For what if you need to engage all meeting participants. Means, like, if we need to discuss with all of you, means we all need to discuss on a certain point, then we will be having this mode of multi-point video conference that presently we are doing. Then we can discuss it simultaneously. You can raise your hand and ask the question. You have that facility as a tool. As I have already told you that these video conferencing tools have advanced themselves too much to facilitate conferencing and teaching learning. So you can use accordingly. For the discussion, round table discussion, you might have heard this term, round table discussion. These can be done with the following the multi-point video conference approach, exactly in the same way as we do with the offline round table discussions. Then comes video lectures. It is also a kind of video conferencing, video sessions or lectures where the speaker can see and hear all the students, while the students can see and hear only the speaker. Mind it. I'm just repeating the earlier 2 to 3 lines, that video lecture where video sessions in which the teacher or speaker can see and hear all the students. But while students can see and hear only the speaker or teacher, not all the students, not the fellow participants. And this way, the students easily focus on the learning process, not distracted with the participants or discussions with the participants. Sometimes it has been observed that during these point-to-point or multi-point conferencing, unnecessary chat discussions were taking places. Means, hello, hi, where are you? What is your profession? Unless and until it is locked. So when you discuss with the participants during the lecture unnecessarily, then definitely you are going to have your concentration lacked. So to avoid this issue, there is a concept of video lecture or session where the speaker speaks and he or she is able to observe all the participants, but the participant will be seeing and listening only to the instructor or the teacher, just to focus more and more on teaching learning. In this way, the student tries to focus in an easier way on the learning process, and he or she don't get distracted or disturbed by other students or participants, while the instructor is able to monitor each of them. Instructor is monitoring each of them. So this is also one of the modes of video conferencing. Then the eighth slide, all hands meeting. This is another mode of video conferencing. All hands meeting. This means video conferencing mode featuring two primary types of meeting roles. What types? Presenters and attendees. What is this? Presenters can have participation in a meeting with audio, video, and content or multimedia content, while on the other hand, the attendees can engage using chat, reactions, or push-to-talk messages. This mode is perfect for large-scale meetings and product demos. Means here video conferencing is taking place and two primary types of meeting roles are there. One is presenter, as I am presenting here as a presenter, and you are attending as a participant, you are attendee. You can participate in a meeting with your audio, video content. You can message me, you can interact with me using chat features, reactions. You can react also through the Zoom tools, and you can message me as well. But this mode is perfect for large scale meetings and product demos. Fine. Then next comes the ninth slide. These are some popular video conferencing tools that we have already discussed, like Zoom platform, GoToMeeting, Google Meet, Microsoft Teams, Cisco WebEx, Jitsi, Big Blue Button, etc. There are so many and numbers of popular video conferencing tools, but due to shortage of time and space, I have only listed the popular video conferencing tools here in my slide. Okay, this was all about popular video conferencing tools. Now, in the next part of this session, I will be discussing when, as a teacher, you have to definitely create contents for these lectures or video conferencing tools or YouTube. Suppose you are ready to deliver any content over YouTube and you are planning to do that, then definitely you have to have some framework on writing script. A script is very important for any video lecture. Otherwise, the learning will not take place in a desired manner. And mind it, while creating any video content over YouTube also, that the time span should not be more than 10 to 20 minutes. Otherwise, students will not attend to your videos, because larger videos may distract learners, and sometimes due to lack of time and lack of crispness, they do not turn up to your videos. Then your purpose will be getting defeated. So in next session, just after this PPT, I will be showing you how to create video content script. Okay, so let us have this. Let me share the same. Can you see my screen? Can anybody from the organizers or participants may give feedback regarding the same? Is it visible?
So visible, sir.
Okay,
Visible,
script
sir.
right. Okay, thank you. So here is a sample of script writing. You can use this as a model, or you can further modify it and reuse as per your requirement. You may note down the steps as well. So for the participants, I will be telling you the importance of this script writing, because as the teachers, when we used to go to teacher education institutions, there also we prepare lesson plans, and some institutions regularly ask for the teachers to have well designed prepared lesson plans or teachers diary. So it is very important that if we are going to create any content or video content, we should be ready with the script beforehand so that we can effectively create any video or audio content. Even for audio contents, you can have scripts. So first you have to write the name of the presenter. Your name should be there. Then the topic on which you are going to create any video or audio visual content, that should be clearly mentioned. Then after this, you have to deal with some subtopics, point C, and following subtopics would be taken care of, especially. Means these subtopics will be belonging to your topic. Means suppose my topic was introduction of Dr. Ashish Mishra's YouTube channel. Your maybe the topic like what is planning, what is organizing, what is uh, what is education, what do you mean by teaching, means any topic that you have decided, the subtopics will follow the same. It may be more than 6.7 points. In my case, specific case, I have divided the main topic, broader topic into 6 subtopics. You do have to divide it accordingly as per your requirement, and it should come from the main topic. That then only your subtopics will be relating with the main topic, otherwise not. So in my particular topic, I have chosen some subtopics. Say, for example, self-introduction, then purpose of the channel, the scope of the channel means coverage of the channel, why I am creating this channel, and what areas will it cover. Then comes the target audience of the channel, means the student or the researchers or the teachers or both or all, age group classifications. Then comes mode of interaction, means how will the communication will lead. Then comes my contact information, and duration was 7 minutes. Actually, it was a promo video. Then I have decided to make it for only 7 minutes. So then I have then you have to, after deciding duration as per the requirement of the topic, I will suggest you to not exceed beyond the limit of 20 minutes, 15 to 20 minutes. Otherwise, nobody is going to pay attention towards your video content. Then comes the learning outcomes or purpose. Why you are introducing this topic to now channel name. Now why are you going to introduce this topic? What is the purpose of this topic? What do you want to explain with the topic? So I have written that introduction and promotion of my channel to the target audience. This was my outcome or purpose. Your outcome or purpose may depend upon your specific topic areas accordingly. Then you have to write what hardwares are required. You have to arrange them before. Otherwise, you will not be able to create a good content. So in my case, I have used camera phone, smartphone camera. I have used tripod, means a stand for that camera. I have to record myself. Then definitely I have to have a tripod so that I can place my smartphone or camera on that tripod for a stable recording. Then comes laptop or mobile. Then comes data cable. Now everything is Wi-Fi, so data cable are getting obsolete nowadays. Then we need a Wi-Fi router or internet connection. So all these hardware requirements were there. In my case, you may decide it accordingly. Means this script will facilitate you to plan the creation of your content effectively. Then after hardware requirement, you have to decide regarding which software you are going to use, means software requirements. So you can use Windows and Android softwares. As I have used laptops, so Windows were required. And I have also used camera phones, so Android softwares were also required. Then comes Microsoft PowerPoint. I am using this PPT. I can use this PPT for my video lectures as well. It can be done with the help of video recording softwares. Then comes video recorder application. Which video recording application you are using, you have to mention it. And Zoom application or Google Meet app or another app, whichever app you are using. One advice from my side is that you can also use this Zoom platform for recording your lectures. You can do it. You can create a Zoom meeting, and you have to share the PPT, and you should lock your meeting so that no can enter, and press record. Everything will be recorded, and after all, getting it edited through available openly available software, free softwares, you can upload it on your YouTube channel. Then plot required means area required, space required. So we need a well lit room which is least noisy. At least it should be least noisy, if not completely silent. We cannot have the facility in the home. Actually, uh, compatible silent rooms are available only with the advanced studios, but we may have a portion of our house where at least least noisy room is there. Otherwise, background noise will be there and your voice will not be clearly heard by the other participants. Then, what are the learning or instruction material required? Means we need some other instructional materials, tools. What I had used, I have written. What you will be using, you should written. Like I used PowerPoint presentation. I used Word documents. I have used screenshots. I have used renderforest.com at that time to create some contents. So animations have been created through render forest at that time. You can also create your tailor-made animations as per the requirement of your lecture or video content. Then comes script. Then you have to write the script, what you have to tell, the main points, main themes, definitions, points of discussions. These all should be scripted well in advance so that you can effectively deliver a audiovisual content. Say, for example, my script goes like this. You can have an overview of it. I have written it paragraph wise as per the requirement of my topic. And these all have been covered. And last, you have to thank your audience for a patience and careful listening. So this was the script, and this was the pro forma for creating any audio visual content. You have to follow this to have your effective video audio content. You may create your content without this script also, but the script is a professional way to create content. You will be having an edge over others who are not using scripted contents. So you are advised to use these scripts before creating any video contents for your students or target participants. So this was all about video conferencing tools and scripted material, means how to write a script, what should be the format of script. It is just an indicative. Other formats are also in vague and you can use it otherwise. Now we will be discussing some of the feedback or evaluation tools. So I think you are ready for the same. Let us start with this one. That is Mentimeter. Is my screen visible to the participants? Anyone from you? Please give me the feedback. Are you listening to me? This will be done as an hands-on training.
Yes, sir.
You
It
will...
is visible, sir.
Okay. Now I need a communication from continuous communication for feedback. So can anybody volunteer for the same? And other participants are also requested to participate this online interaction. You might be using a laptop or mobile. With both the devices, you can have this interactive session. This will be more fruitful and will break the monotony of the lecture system. So this is the site. You can have this address, that is mentimeter.com. I'm just copying it and pasting it. To the chat box. You can have this link shared by me in the chat box. Participants, you are all requested to participate in this feedback session, and you can use this tool in your classrooms as well. Even in offline classes, you can use this tool with your laptop also. So this will be a blended approach of evaluation. So we will be discussing one or two or three such tools today. And I hope you will be uh, willfully joining the same so that we can have a demonstration. So first, when you will be going to this address, then you will be asked some questions like this. You have to answer them. If you are a student, then you have to click this. Otherwise, you have to click other. Then that site will ask you, means let me very clear that we are discussing regarding some of the evaluation tools, online evaluation tools to be used by us. We can use them in our classes as well. Here I am just doing this exercise for your demonstration. Then this site will ask what type of work you do. I am engaged in learning and development. Then what's your role? Freelancer, team member, director, other. I mean, this is just for the survey purpose of that particular tool. They wish to have some survey. If they are providing you it free of cost, then definitely they will try to have some feedback regarding this so that they can adapt to accordingly. After getting filled all this information, what do you want to achieve with Mentimeter? He is asking, what do you want to achieve with Mentimeter? My objective is to make teaching learning interactive. Means I wish to have this particular FDP session more interactive. That's why I'm using it. And you can decide accordingly. Now, most of the features are paid, but we have an option of free as well. We can skip it. We do not need to have this paid. Now, we have four options. We can create word cloud, means cloud of the word. We will be observing this within few minutes. We can have a poll. We can have a quiz session. We can have a survey. So let us have a poll first. Then you have to click this poll and you have to click this create or start my own. You can create. Within no time, you will be getting a screen where you can create a poll. You have to write a question. So I will be collecting polls from the participants of this FDP. That my question will be, was the session fruitful for you? This is the question. And how you will respond? I will be sharing this code. Just go to this mentimeter.com through the link and enter this code. The code is 69277 I am sharing the code on chat box as well. It is 69277 Again, I am repeating the code. With this code, you can join this poll 69277 69277 967. So just go, participants. You are requested to visit mentimeter.com and fill this code to join the quiz. Are you ready? Your answers will be recorded here.
Sir, unfortunately, the question is different, sir.
Yes.
The question is different. It says well-being something done. Enhance well-being, improve in company, like that.
Okay, options.
Yeah.
You can edit it.
Okay.
Means my purpose is that are you able to join this quiz successfully? Are you able to join it successfully or not? The basic aim of this is now move on to another activity in this mentimeter.com. One chat is there. Yes, sir. Yes. Okay, fine. If you are able to join this, very good. Then open-ended questions. Word cloud. Word cloud. We will go to word cloud. Just wait. It is opening up. I'm putting my question again. How was the session? The code to join this activity again is different code. I am typing out this code 349 28726 349 28726. If you wish to join this word cloud, then you have to join through mentimeter.com by entering the code 34928726. It is a real-time activity that you can also use in your class. I request the participant to respond to this particular activity to have a hands-on activity or session. Please respond. How was the session? Respond by writing. I'm waiting for the responses. Are you ready? Write down your responses. Someone says highly engaging. Thank you. Only one response has come yet since now, as of now. Okay, fine. You can have that words are emerging out in the form of participants' feedback. Yes, some more participation is required and requested. You can also use it in your classes. In 1 or 2 minutes, we can have some more responses. If you wish to have, you wish to give, you are allowed. Or within a minute, this activity will be finished. Only 2 responses have come. Any other response? You can type it. Otherwise, I will be getting confused whether you are getting my point or not. So make this teaching learning session impactful. You are requested to respond to this activity. For the same, you have to go to mentimeter.com and write down the code to join this activity. Only 2 responses means other participants are not actively participating. Fine. Now we should move to the other one. Now it is over. We will be using other options. Another is quizzes.com. I'm just sharing the link for the same. Through the chat box. This goes the link. This is another tool for online live or asynchronous means live recorded feedbacks. It can be run live, maybe open for them to respond as per the availability of time. Both the ways we can use these tools. The website is thequizzes.com. Now you can use this platform to create question and answers. Suppose there are so many pre-recorded questionnaires. Due to paucity of time, I have to select one of them. Like say, for example, world history. You can also manage the time, speed, etc. of the quiz. Now I'm just going to start this quiz session. for you to respond. Here, you can have some controls, means participants attempts, only one attempt or unlimited. I have given you the unlimited response limit. Redemption questions means it allows students to re-attempt a few incorrect questions. You can allow them or you can disallow them. So I'm just going to start this session. You can join with this enter code, joinmyquiz.com. I'm going to copy it and sending it through the message box. You have to click it first. And if it asks for any code, then you can provide this code. That is this code. Okay, you are invited to participate. I'm just going to start this activity. I'm going to start. Yes, one participant has joined. You will be having the scoreboard as well. And finally, you can download it also. I will be giving you 2 to 3 minutes for this activity to have hands-on training. It is providing automatic scores also. You can have this leaderboard as a scoreboard as we have with us, and we have questions also. Means question-wise responses. Mind it, please. These are the question-wise responses. Average time taken by the student, 1 correct, 0 incorrect. Like this. So I will be switching to the leaderboard. 3 participants have joined. Class accuracy is also visible. 83% accurate answers are coming. It is also providing the ranks to you. You can have the leaderboard. Now, as the more responses are coming wrong, so the class accuracy goes down also. But then again, it increased to 75%. I think you might be enjoying this. So in this way, you can also use this evaluation or question answer software for your classroom purposes as well. So let us have another tool for a hands-on demonstration. You are advised to just stop at this stage. We can pause it as well like this. I have just paused it. And now I am going to end up this quiz session just to go to another software. It is asking, are you sure you want to end this game? Yes. Now you have the positions as well. You can clap for yourself as well. First position, second position, and third position. You can replay it, you can assign practice, you can review questions as well, and you can have your results as well. Question-wise accuracy can also be seen. So let us go to another tool, that is Socrative. For the same, you have to go to socrative.com. I'm just copying it and pasting to the text box. You have to log in to go to this platform. That is another very conducive, important platform for question and answer sessions and other activities. These are the collaborative interactions. And now I'm just demonstrating how it works for you. I can launch a question, say for quiz. It can use quiz, it can use space race, exit ticket. So we will be observing the three options. Then you can also create your multiple choice questions. It also have some pre-installed questions, but you can also upload and create your own list of questions, true false type questions, short answer type questions. Let us begin with short answer type questions. My question is, this question is for you. You have to respond. I will be directing you or guiding you how to respond. But first, let us see how to create questions on this platform so that you can also use it for yourself. It will be asking unlimited responses, require student names. You can on and off it. Some options are for paid versions only. Was the session delivered meaningful for you? You have to write it in short answer, 1 or 2 sentences. I'm just starting this quiz. You can join this. With this link. I'm just texting in the message box the link for the same. Let us join this activity. Are you able to join this quiz? Or not? Are you able to join it or not? No responses have come yet. Are you facing any problem to join this? Let me inform regarding the same, please. I'm still waiting for your response so that we can have a hands-on training for the same. Are you able to respond or not?
Sir, it's asking registration and it is not having India.
Yeah, kindly uh, repeat your observation, please. Actually, I have low volumes that time. Please,
Okay.
yes.
This is asking for registration, sir. If we want to register also, India is not there in the country list. So we are unable to register. Without registration, it's not allowing to enter.
Okay, means only Google account you can enter it, na?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So this actually they want some information from your side also.
Yes, yes.
So by entering all these formalities, you can have the session, very smooth session. It has Android applications as well.
Okay.
In your classes, you can effectively use them. You can join as a teacher, and your student can join as a student.
Okay.
So I think it is clear. We can move to the another session.
Yes, sir.
Suppose another platform for evaluation is very popularly known to you is Google Forms. You can create questions and you can have responses. You can have pie charts also. Regarding the response, you can add pictures for references, and you can create quizzes as well for the same. You have to go to the settings tab and you have to click it on. If it asks, do you want to make this as a quiz? Then simply you have to on it. By default, it is off. And if you want to create a question with assigned weightage, then you have to on it. Then you have the option releasing the grades. You can choose to relieve grades immediately after each submission, yani each questions, or later after manual review. Both options are available with you. Then you have a respondent setting where you can click it on or off. Say, for example, if you want respondents can see which questions were answered incorrectly. Means it all depends upon the purpose of your teaching. If you wish to give them immediate feedback regarding correctness or incorrectness of questions, then you should put it on. Otherwise, you can put it off. Then correct answers. Respondents can see correct answers after grades are released. Means grades are released. Now the students can have their own results in the form of correct and incorrect answers so that they can regain the knowledge about the correct responses and they can learn it. Then point values. Then you have to assign point values. You can default point value will be 5. You can adjust it accordingly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As per the requirement or weightage of the questions, you can set the weightage. Then other things are very common as we create with Google Forms. So from my side, this was all about video conferencing tool aspects and some of the important evaluation tools that you can use for formative as well as summative evaluation of formative as well as summative evaluation of your students. So this was all about from my side. If you have any observation or queries, you are most welcome. Now the digital dais is yours. I'm stopping the sharing screen now. Do you have any queries or questions? You can also have feedback through chat messages as say, for example, last question to the participant is, was the session fruitful for you? Yes or no? You can respond so that we can have the feedback. Thank you. So in this way, you can also have feedback from your students, live feedbacks for formative as well as summative evaluation. You might be clear about these things, formative as well as summative. When we are creating the student for final scores, then we are indulge in formation of the learning. We use formative evaluation. And if we summarize the learning of students in the form of grades or results, then pass or fail, then it is summative evaluation. So thank you, participants. Thank you, organizers, for giving me this opportunity to interact with you all learned participants. I hope you could have some meaningful content from these two sessions. We will be meeting on some other platforms in future as well. So this was all about from my side for the day. Thank you very much. And now, organizers or moderators, it is your time to allow me to leave or I have to stay. Thank you, participants, for your positive feedback. It helps a lot for a teacher. Should I leave this meeting now? Am I allowed to leave this meeting? So I think probably the time has ended up for the second session, and I have to join my duties in the college also. So I am leaving as of now, as you have no any specific questions. Thank you, participants, for patience listening and organizers. Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir.
Most welcome.
बरं चालेल. ठीक आहे. हा बरं हा चालेल. हा चालतंय. तुम्हाला मग सांगतो काय किती वाजता. हा
Good afternoon to one and all present here. On behalf of IQAC, coordinately welcome to all. First off, I generally welcome our chief guest, Dr. S. Geeta Market Sundari ma'am, Associate Professor in CDF Department at PSG College of Arts and Science. Welcome you, ma'am. Now I deliver to the speech about our chief guest. She had 16 years of teaching experience. He worked as head of the department CDF at Sri Krishna College of Arts and Science and presently as professor of CDF in PSG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. Her achievements are Best Designer Award in Lahanga 2004 at PSG College. She got on first place in draping concert in national level at Guru, College of Technology. The field of published 2 patents of fashion materials with enclosed properties like management. She is an author and special self-publisher. It's here 2 books of Concept of Fashion Design and Basic of Knitting. It was a useful book to learn it. She invited research person and president of paper, intelligent aeronautics and fashion, detail management. National level symposium organizing by Ratnam College of Arts and Science. Aminasilingam University conducted an international symposium on scenario of family value in human development. Attend and give on memorable speech on it. She is an increase uniform of governance committee. She dispute on Japla to newborn babies at government hospital. And then she provide the several activities for their department development like workshop, seminar, extension activity, etc. And she carry a special thing also. Thank you. Once again, I welcome to all. Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you, Shalini, for your brief introduction. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
So a very warm good afternoon to everyone. At the outset, I thank the management, principal, and organizing team for providing this platform. So today's topic is on building smarter classroom, the power of Google tools in education. So teaching today is not just about knowledge, it is also about engagement and accessibility. So as educators, we have a responsibility of shaping young minds. As today's classrooms are evolving, students are more tech savvy than ever, right? So their learning needs have changed. So now the question is, how do we keep up? How can we make the students more interactive? Or how we are going to make the students to be active in the class? So the answer is smart teaching, right? So Google provides us an incredible tools that can change our learning more interactive, organized, and effective. So my goal for today is to show you how easy it is to use these tools and how they can transform your teaching experience. So for that, you don't need to be a tech expert. So just a willingness to explore and experiment these tools is enough for a smarter classroom, right? So to introduce about Google, it is one of the most popular search engine globally and which is familiar for us for more than 2 decades. So anything and everything we want to search, we depend on Google and we also find answers and solutions for that, right? So in addition to that, we also have Google tools which we work on day-to-day activities like our Gmail, Google Drives, etc. So during COVID, we started exploring more of Google tools where it connected all around one roof. Even this FDP is one of the example of such kind. So Google is a multinational technology company which is specialized in internet related services. So the Google Workspace offers many tools designed to facilitate communication, collaboration, and productivity in the classroom. Google apps such as Google Docs, Google Sheets, Google Slides and Forms is of one such kind. So here I'll show you some of the Google tools which makes the classroom more effective and interesting. Under that, the first one is our Google Classroom. It is a free web-based LMS mainly developed for schools and educators. And it is one of the digital teaching assistant. And it also helps to organize classroom materials, and it will reduce your paperwork and keep track of the students' progress. So it can be used as a communication platform that if we want to announce or if we want to communicate some circulars to the classroom. So this Google Classroom will be a more effective tool where it can be recorded and it can be communicated to the students, not only inside the classroom, even if they're away from the classroom. Just a mail and their Google app is sufficient for them to get the communication in their mobile phones. And you can even create your assignment. You can distribute and you can collect the assignment, you can grade it and you can give the feedback. And another flexibility of this is Google Classroom is available in your mobile. It is available in your gadgets. It can be downloaded from your Play Store and it can be used. So let me show how you can create this Google Classroom. So how basically it works in two different types. One is for teacher and another one is for student. So let's see how to create a classroom. So in order to create a classroom, you go to the Google Classroom and let me show a demo of it. Just go to Classroom. Okay, and you can see a plus symbol here. Just click that. And there it asks whether you want to join class or create class. So now you are supposed to create class, right? So click on create class. And you can see this tab here. You can create your class name. Okay, and if your class has a section, you can put away whether it is A section or B section, and even the subject you're handling, and the room number of the class. Once it all is done, you can give it as create class. So I have already created one sample classroom. So once you create, you get a classroom like this. Is it visible? Yes. So once you create your class, you get a classroom code like this. So either you can share this classroom code to the students so that they can go into the Google Classroom and they can join the class with this class code, or you can copy this invite link and this link can be shared to the students community. So here there are many interesting facts, like you can announce certain things inside the class. Okay, here you can just type hi and post it. So it will drop down in all the classrooms wherever the students are connected. In addition to that, you can also upload your notes from the file. Okay, you can browse it from your desktop and you can upload here, or even you can share the link. So if you click here, you can share the link. You can share it as a reference. You can copy this here and then you can, if you give add link, then that would be added in your dashboard. And even you can add your YouTube link and Google Drive content from the Google Drive. Okay. So this everything can be done in the stream. And next is the classwork. So in classwork, you can create your assignments. Either if you want to create an assignment, you can go create an assignment. You can add an assignment on a particular topic, and then you can give the instructions. Okay, whatever instructions you want to share, you can put the instructions to them. And then here there will be a points for grading. Here you can grade the point, whether your assignment is for 10 marks, 20 marks, etc. And you can even fix up the due date. So the assignment should be submitted within a stipulated time. You can just put the date, like if it is February 5th today, and you can give a time space for 1 week or 10 days like that, and you can create your due date over there, so that after the due date, the students cannot post their assignments unless and until you change the due date or you give space for submitting their assignment. So this is one of the wonderful tool for the classroom management. Okay, and even for quizzes, you can create a live quizzes over there. Okay. So this is with regard to Google Classroom from teachers dashboard. So how it works on the students dashboard. So from students dashboard, they are supposed to join the class. So from faculty dashboard, we just created the classroom. And from students side, they are supposed to join the classroom either by the provided Google code, classroom code, or they can join with the link. Okay, then they can access all the announcements which is made in the streams, and even they can look into the assignments. They can upload the assignments, they can see the quiz, and even they can access the study material from their workspace. Okay. Okay, so I'll just show you the dashboard of how it will looks from the student side. So for students, they will go to the join class and they can see the classroom. And after that, they can see all the announcements and all the other links, whichever we post it in the classroom, that can be viewed and that can be accessed from the student side. Okay. Then the next app is Google Forms. It is mainly used to create for surveys, quizzes. Okay. And we can also get feedback from the students or from the group of people, whoever we want to access. And this is mainly useful for the college students when they want to conduct an intercollegiate competition, and when they want to send their invitations and pamphlets to different colleges. This Google Forms will be a really helpful tool to pull out the registration numbers, number of participation, number of events, participation in different events, etc. And this also will be definitely helpful for the research scholar who is aspiring their studies for their PhDs or their for other studies. If they want to make any surveys, they can sit from their own place and they can create the questionnaire and they can post it to the different cities and they can get the feedback within a single click. Okay. And that can be collected and that the result can be analyzed in their Google Sheet. This Google Forms can be interlinked with the Google Sheet and the results can be analyzed in that. Okay. Our next tool is the Google Docs. Here you can create and edit your documents online. So here two faculties can work in a single document at the same time. Two or more faculties can be working this document in a same time. So this will avoid the multiple document creations. For example, when we did our research, we create multiple number of documents, Word documents, which will be saved for date wise. We'll take references, we'll make changes and we'll save it in one folder, putting today's date. And again, tomorrow, if I want to do some other references, I'll edit it or I'll make a copy of that particular document. Again, I will save it in a second Word document. So that can be minimized. So you can create a Word document where you can connect yourself with your guide or with the other co-faculty member, and you can put all the discussion topics in the Google Docs. You can type it, and even in that you can also see the you can track the changes whichever is made. The revision history can be seen clearly in the Google Docs. Okay. And here also you will have an interesting tool. So let me show that. Go to Google Docs. And click the blank document. So here you can type your text. So in this, you can even translate the document. So you can translate the document in whichever language you want to change. Okay. For example, I just want to translate the content which I have typed in my Google Docs into Tamil. So now you can see the translated document in the required language, whatever you want. Okay, so this will be helpful. This will break the barriers of language barriers between people. So the document, if you're referring something and if you want to send it to the person and ask whether that particular content is okay with that, and if you want to communicate in their own language, you can just, I don't know how far this will be, the content will be the same, but to an extent it can translate it and you can communicate with the people. Okay, so you can try this in Google Docs. And even voice typing is available in Google Docs. Okay, so this basically can be used for avoiding the multiple document creation. Okay. Next is Google Sheets. In Google Sheets, you can manage data, you can do the calculation, and you can work as like how you can work it in your Excel sheet. Okay. So here you can enable students to work together. So there in Google Docs, 2 or 3 members can be connected. In spreadsheet, you can connect all the entire students to work together and to input their data into the spreadsheet. So here multiple teachers and administrator can collaborate and work in the real-time environment. This can be a very good example for the IQAC data submission. So every month we are supposed to submit our monthly data, your NIRF data, etc. So that particular Excel sheet can be shared in the Google Sheet, and it can be mailed to the faculty members so that each individual faculty can put their data into that, and it can be consolidated in a single sheet. So it automatically collect and analyzes the data. If you're creating a quiz, the quiz results will be analyzed. So this will be definitely a helpful tool for the teachers, for the faculty members, in order to pool the data in one single sheet. Okay. So let me show that how it will work. Even for collecting student progression data, this Google Sheet will be a very helpful tool. So go to Google Sheet. Okay. You can click on the blank spreadsheet and you can collect the data. So I have already created one blank spreadsheet. So here you can give the roll number of the student, their name. Okay. Their CA marks can be entered. Like this, you can enter their CA marks. Likewise, it goes on. So you can collect whatever the details you require. Let me show another sample sheet. So this is a student details which was collected for student progression data. So their roll number, date of birth, mobile numbers, their mail IDs, their parents' number. So this will be a very helpful tool for us. So whether they are in higher education. So this NIRF, we are supposed to submit all those documents. So this sheet gives a consolidated report of that particular class. Okay, so this will be a very helpful tool for the teachers. Next is a Google slide. So this Google slide is similar to that of our PowerPoint presentation. So it creates presentation and slideshows, and you can make your lecture visually appealing to the students by creating and sharing a presentation in online. Okay, even you can add with animations. So your slides can be edited on your daily basis. For example, if you work with a Google slide, only difference which make out from the Microsoft PowerPoint and this Google slide is that in Microsoft, if you want to create any changes, if you're doing in a particular system, again, we have to do it in the same thing. But Google slide, where if you're working on it in the morning session and evening, if you want to make any changes, directly you can go to the Google slide and you can make all the editing and all the corrections can be done in anywhere. Wherever you are, you can edit it. And you can also present it from any space. Okay. And it can also be added with the animations. You can also create YouTube links. So you can make your presentations more interesting. So that is a major part in Google Slide. Okay. So just I'll show you. So you can save all your presentations in your Google Slides. So like this, you can click here and we can start working on it, like how you do in your PowerPoint. Okay, all the editing, your background, your theme, layout, everything can be changed in this. So like how you work in your PowerPoint presentation, the same method, you can do it. The only thing is you can save as and when you complete it. And if you want to make any editing and any corrections also, it can be done. That is possible here. And next is Google Calendar. So this we all are aware of it. You can schedule and you can manage your events. Even you can set reminders for deadlines and you can even plan meeting and that can be connected with a Google Meet. And you can share your calendars. For example, for students, you can share the timetable, you can share the calendar. Your college calendar can be shared through Google, important dates, the functions or the competitions. Everything can be put into the Google Calendar and it can be sent to the students as a reminder. So that will be given as notifications for them. Okay. So just go to Google Calendar and you can schedule. For example, see today I have scheduled my FDP session and for tomorrow, if you have any meetings, you can just click over there and you can schedule it. For example, on 6th, if we have a department meeting, you can just type it as department meeting. From 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. Okay. Even you can set as a reminder. So it can be done like this. So likewise, you can schedule your work in your calendar. Okay. Next is Google Meet. Yes. Once we started this virtual learning, this Google Meet was really a savior for us, right? So during COVID time, all the classrooms were on, or all the meetings were done with Google Meet. So we had all the video calls and online meetings and online classes were conducted only through hardly more than 6 to 1 year. We were using this Google Meet as a tool for everything, for even for education purpose, even for doctor appointments, or even for the other official business meetings. Everything was done with the Google Meet, right? So that this Google Meet facilitate to share your screen. It also record your session, and it again, as I told earlier, it can schedule your meeting with your Google Calendar. Is it not? So Google Meet is again, we were used to. Nowadays we are very much used with this online meeting. So that is more useful tool here. Next is your Google Drive. It is again a cloud-based storage that allows you to organize and share all your resources which you have, which is important. Share your important files, okay, and you can also work together in this real time. As I told about this Google Docs and other things, Google Sheets, you can collaborate with 2 or 3 people around your community, and you can work it, and you can save all the important files. And the main usage of this Google tool is that you can access them from any device. Only the mail ID is enough to access the file. Your personal mail ID is more than enough to look into all these tools. Okay. And you can share your folder, and you can share your reports to your students, and also the material can be made available to them by sending the mail, or you can share your drive. Okay. So and one more thing is that you need not worry about your lost files. If you put everything in your Google Drive, that will be preserved for a longer period of time. But the thing is, you should not forget your password. Even if you forget your password, also you can retrieve it by changing your password, right? By giving forget password, you can access the material too, right? So this is more Google Drive is really a helpful tool for the educators as well as the teachers and on the students also. They can store all the documents whichever they do it for the all 3 years during their course of study. And next tool is the Google Books. So this is another helpful digital library. You can search, you can preview your books, and you can even read the books online. To an extent, certain books will be of full previews, and for certain books, it will be only with limited previews will be given. And other public domain books will be always free, entirely for free. Okay. And you can even format the citation for the academic work, and the Google Translate tool. Even you can, if you want to convert the particular content you want to translate, even that can be possible in Google Books tool. And it is available in your PCs, mobile browsers, and even it is available in the Google Playbook. So let's see how this Google Books will work. So see here, Google Books. So since basically from textile, I'll just put some textile books, textile dyeing. Put a search. So you can find out the books whichever is related to this particular topic. Okay. So if I want to refer this, I can just go click that. So here I can see all the entire book. So this books contain 93 pages. So I can view all the 93 pages over here. Okay, can you see? Like this, I can refer it. Okay. You can maximize your screen if you want it in 2 pages. You can also do this, and you can even share this to your friends. Okay, you can make a copy of it, you can save it, and you can share it. So this will be very much helpful for the research students, so they can digitally make use of this ebooks, whichever is available with full preview. Okay. And another tool is the Google Photos. There you can store your photos and you can organize it. You can automatically back up your photos, and you can find pictures with the AI search. That is, it will always recognize the face, and that will put everything in a separate folders. So even that you can create your own albums according to the functions or according to their whatever folders you want to make it. You can create it in a different albums. So this is one of the additional tool where you can utilize it. Wherever you want to save the documents, you can save it under Google Photos. Okay. Apart from that, there are other Google tools. So the Google Translate, which I told earlier, you can translate the content from English to different language content. You can change it. And Google Keep is another one more interesting tool. It is very handy tool to for note taking process. And you can also create a to-do list. Like you can create setting reminders. It is like your digital sticky note. Okay, so I'll show you how this Google Keep works on. So here you can make a note. Okay, whatever content you want to type it, you can make it, and so simultaneously you can just work on that and you can save it. So you need not carry your diary and pen. So wherever you have your mobile phones in your hand, so if you go for a meeting and if you want to take notes on that, you can just simply put all the notes and then you can save it like this. So you can even put it with the date. FDP, you can just add your date, and if you save it, you can find out the notes, whichever you're stored like that. You can keep your notes with you. Okay, and you can even refer it later. So this is one of the interesting, which I found it very much interesting, because we always have our mobile phones with us. Okay, even we forget to take the pen and other things, but we don't forget. The mobile became a part and parcel of our lifestyle. So wherever we are, we are more closer than our family members to the mobile. So everything can be controlled in this one single gadget. Okay. Then of course we all are familiar with Google Map. So if you want to go, if this is one of the travel partner to us. Wherever we want to go, we search with Google Map and we go. Right. So like that, there are other tools there in Google, but the tools which I have shared is very much useful in our academic. It can be utilized in our day-to-day activity, which will minimize our paperwork, and we can work more efficiently and smartly in that. Yes. So with this, I'm concluding my session. This simple usage of this Google tools will make much difference. So hope you all have understood the effective way of using the Google tool. So let embrace these tools and make the learning more engaging for the students. So here technology is only for making our lives easier, and it is not for harder. So you can just start with one or two tools that is that interest you, and you can explore them in your own space. That is what I just want to tell to you people. So when we try with two or three tools, when we start using it in our day-to-day activities, then that will become more easier, because this FDP is more on ICT tools. Every professors, eminent professors were giving different ICT tools. And this will be very much helpful for the non-computer students. Basically, they are not that much user friendly with the other tools and other softwares. This Google provides us a simple task which can be easily understood, and which can be easily used in our day-to-day activities and for our day-to-day work. Okay, hope this session made a little bit. I just showed some bird's view on Google tools. Hope you have understood on it. Yes. Yes, thank you. Any questions from audience side? Yes, organizers. I'm done with that.
Audible? Sir, good afternoon, sir. Sir, this is Shoguru. Sir, sir.
Yeah, am I audible to you now?
Yes, sir, audible, sir. Shall we start, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your patience too. Thank
Sorry
you.
for some
No,
glitches
no
here.
issues, sir.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. No issues, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Devi, Assistant Professor of Computer Science, Sri Venkateshwara Arts and Science College, Gobi. On behalf of IKSC, Sri Venkateshwara Arts and Science College, Gobi, and Department of Sociology, Bardiyar University, Coimbatore, I welcome you all to this session, ICT in Education, a Practical Approach. It is my great honor to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Dr. G.V. Naresh, an accomplished academician, researcher, and editor with an impressive career spanning nearly 3 decades. Dr. Naresh currently serves as an associate professor of English at the New College, Chennai, where he has been shaping young minds since the year 2000. His academic journey began at Loyola College, Chennai, where he earned both his bachelor's and master's degree in English. He later pursued his PhD at IIT Madras, where he was a junior research fellow from 1992 to 1996, completing his doctorate in 1997. His area of specialization, the American novel, led him to explore the search for the self in the novel of Walker Percy. With 28 years of teaching experience, Dr. Naresh has also served at institutions like RMK Engineering College and Hindustan College of Engineering. His expertise extends beyond teaching, as he is an active researcher and PhD guide at the University of Madras. Have mentored numerous MPhil and PhD scholars across various universities. Beyond academia, Dr. Naresh has made significant contributions as a freelance copy editor for over 15 years, working with prestigious journals such as Pearson, BMJ, Dove, and Expert Opinion. His keen eye for detail and scholarly insight have enriched numerous research publications. With such a distinguished career in teaching, research, and academic publishing, Dr. Naresh is truly an inspiration to scholars and students alike. We are truly honored to have him with us today, and we look forward to his insights and words of wisdom. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am, for your very kind introduction. I'm really pleased and honored to be invited to be a part of this 7-day national level faculty development program on ICT tools for smart teaching and blended learning, jointly conducted by the IQAC of Sri Venkateshwara Arts and Science College, along with the Department of Sociology, Bardiyar University. And I thank the organizing committee, chief patrons, the secretary, sir, chairman, sir, joint secretary, CEO, trustee, as well as the patron, Dr. Sampath Kumar, professor and head Department of Sociology, the convener, principal, madam, Mohan Sundaram, and the organizing secretary, vice principal, Nanjappa, Dr. Nanjappa, as well as the organizing committee members, Dr. Manju, and especially Dr. Shivaguru Vignesh, with whom I've been associated over probably more than 1.5 decades. So I greet you all. A pleasant afternoon. Let's get into the session. So I'll share my PPT. Is it visible, PPT?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fine. Thank you. So I've been following off and on whenever I could the various sessions that were being conducted over these few days. And I know a lot of technical sessions were also handled. We are at the fag end of this program. I think tomorrow is the final day. And I thought that at this juncture, a technical session probably is not very appropriate. So I was thinking a bit on how to approach this particular session. And I thought giving a kind of an overview of whatever must have happened over these few days on ICT, as well as a few comments that I can bring from my own experience or almost 3 decades of teaching. I thought this is the best approach. So some of what I'm going to say obviously will be repetitive. So many sessions, I think 15 odd sessions or more have gone on before me over various factors. So kindly bear with me if it is repetitive, but I hope I'll be able to bring in some input which will be worthwhile for you. So my topic, as ma'am has mentioned, it's ICT in education, practical approach. So the overview of this presentation is, we'll just look at cursory definitions of what is ICT, in particular, the need for ICT, the scope for ICT, and then look at some tools. Hopefully, some of the tools I've kind of listed maybe new. This will be the input that I can bring in. Something a little bit on blended learning. Then this, I thought UNESCO has got a learning portal, IEP learning portal. We can take away some good observations from this website. And finally, the challenges that are involved in what we call as blended learning or hybrid learning, which of course is a mix of both offline face-to-face as well as use of technologies. So information communication technology, ICT. So this is this definition is taken from the IAEP learning portal. And they have very clearly given 2 dimensions to ICT, or the information communication technologies. One is, of course, that it is a set of technological tools. Obviously, the term itself indicates it's a technology. So it contains certain tools and resources, largely to, let me say, merely to transmit or exchange information. And the medium for this, or the media. So you have the computers, you have the internet, you have technologies like radio, television, you have storage devices which can be used as ICT tools. And you also have today, currently, the mobile technology, which is a very, very useful ICT tool. And at this juncture, I want to kind of stress, being an English teacher myself, that the entire term, I feel, should have the center on the term communication. So information obviously is what is being transmitted or it is being shared. But I guess the actual exercise or the objective of this transfer should be communication. So the simplest communication, the model that we give A to B, or a group, A to group B. So it is a transfer or an exchange. So of some data, information, another word for it is data. So we need to stress on communication. And if technological devices, a mobile device, the websites, internet, MOOCs, whatnot, they are able to facilitate this communicative process, all the better. So ICT is nothing but information technology and communication technology. So crucial word again I would like to say is without of course removing the content which is information, but likewise the goal, which is communication, also should be stressed. So even the EU, there is a website where the European Union has a definition of ICT. which again indicates that it is a technical means to handle information and aid communication. So those two terms obviously go hand in hand, and we use computers or even the networking part, satellites, our devices, e-readers, whatnot. Everything is part of the hardware and the software and the networking that is involved. So you have both hardware, you have the software, you have also the networking. All three have to go together before we can use these ICT tools. So the same definition that we've seen earlier. So ICT, as per UNESCO, are the scientific, technological, and engineering disciplines, as well as a management technique to transmit information. So in teaching, in education, as you can see in this visual, the center is ICT for teaching and learning. Obviously, it contains the components of teaching, testing, evaluation, and some kind of instruction. So all these are various dimensions that are involved in ICT for teaching and learning. So some of the common ICTs tools, obviously I'm just listing these out. We all know what the tools are. So all our devices, laptops or computers, PCs, mobile devices, even projectors that we have in classrooms. Several of our classrooms, we have projectors. Then today, ebook readers are a very wonderful tool for for utilizing information that can be accessible anytime, anywhere. So they are very good tools for ICT. This is similar along with laptops. You have also some form of tablets, slightly similar to ebook readers, computers, and something called MOOCs. I think all of us are aware today. MOOCs are a very good way of using the visual media over the internet. Ready-made lectures that are available. Some of them are interactive, some of them are not, and other forms of educational software. And essentially, the internet-based ICTs that we say, though these are some of these elements like email and SMS are not that much. Email is slowly losing out its importance today. To some extent SMS, but more than SMS, I think social networking that you have, including your WhatsApp and other media such as Facebook, Twitter, etc. They are very, very important as internet-based tools. Video conferencing, of course, right now, this is an example of video conferencing using Zoom. Then blogs and blogs. Again, blogs, I guess, slowly they seem to be phased out. They're quite popular earlier. So today, of course, mobile technology probably is the most important, which can be utilized for in various forms, such as for flipped learning. Also, you can use mobiles. So the crucial elements of ICT in education, I think we have 3 or 4. One is the teacher. So the teacher, obviously, under any situation, any scenario, whether a traditional classroom scenario or blended learning kind of a system, the teacher obviously becomes indispensable. Yes, there's a lot of material available online. YouTube is one good source. You have many lectures, websites offering so many programs. But teacher is the facilitator. The knowledgeable teacher is the key to successful ICT use in education. Then, of course, the other part is the learner. Learner, who is the end objective, or you can say the first and the final objective. So both are the learner. Without the learner, there's no point of having a teacher. So the learner also should be equipped with some skills, what is known as digital literacy or digital skills, to be able to use ICT quite confidently. The same is with the teacher. So these are some of the challenges that we can face both with respect to the teacher as well as the learner regarding the use of ICT. And then curriculum and educational policy. So curriculum is specific to the program, and the overall educational policy should also be flexible enough to incorporate usage of ICT. So otherwise that will become quite challenging. And finally, infrastructure. So even if the teacher is equipped and the learner is equipped, and you have a policy, at the state level or the central level that caters to the utilization of ICT. For example, the Indian government, as well as many state governments, including Tamil Nadu government, they encourage ICT. There's a lot of materials online, giving us the various dimensions and sometimes some tools to effectively use ICT in education. So India is in the forefront of using ICT in education, and in several institutions we find that they're quite effectively used, and the learners come out with enhanced skill sets in several of these institutions. So infrastructure is very crucial. So you need good internet connectivity, for example, computers, access to mobile devices, laptops. So all these are absolute essentials for a successful way in which we use ICT in education. So this is another graphic that talks about the main players here. So the teacher, then the student, so the teacher characteristics. So obviously the teacher should be equipped use of technology, the students also. Then you have the school factors, whether the school or the institution, the college has the facility to be able to utilize ICT technologies, IC technologies in incorporating or enhancing the learning processes, as well as the system factors. This could be the infrastructure, could also be the educational system per se overall. So some countries, I suppose they are still not equipped for various reasons. There are some African nations, I guess, which are facing war or civil war. So in such a scenario, it's quite challenging to make use of. So the system factors are also very important. And as you can see, everything is finally interconnected to the learning outcomes, so that we cannot bypass. This is the first and last goal. And of course, learning involves learners. So a very beautiful coordination between the teachers, between the learners and the systems or the technologies will definitely go a long way in improving the skill sets of the learners. So these are some essential definitions. And then you have the need for ICT. What is the need for ICT? One, of course, interactive learning. It's helpful in involving the participant, the learner more effectively into the learning processes. So the earlier chalk and talk method was a top-down method. So teachers used to talk down to the learners with little or no room for interaction. But a very innovative use of ICT can also make the learner even customize his learning processes and experiences. So no, it's a very useful technology to enable a two-way learning process. Although the teacher is more skill-oriented, but the learner can participate very effectively in the use of ICT. So as you can see in the second point here, the personalized education, which permits customized learning suited to individual needs and also pace. So in a traditional classroom, there is a certain expectation or a certain expertise that is required by the learner. to keep up with what is happening, keep up with the learning processes. Whereas in a ICT environment, the learner can tailor the ICT tools to his or her own pace and access to information. So website, of course, is one. And then we have these MOOCs which have become extremely popular. And in India, we have Swayam that is actually leading offering. I think just a couple of days back, this particular semester's intake or this period's intake was over. So many papers, hundreds of courses have been offered, and we can register to how many of our courses we want. And there will be minimal fee, I think 1,000 rupees or so, if you want to get a certification. Otherwise, you can audit these courses. So it's a huge explosion of knowledge transfer that is taking place through ICT. Of that, there is absolutely no doubt. And so we find that today learning seems to extend beyond the classroom. So the days when the classroom was the only source, or perhaps a library, a physical library, are no longer applicable today. So learning is continuous, is continual, and it also goes beyond the classroom. Ideally, there's a good blend, which we'll see towards the end. So of technology and personal classroom interactions. And therefore, ICT that encourages independent learning, it is crucial for today's HEIs or schooling, K-12 or whatever kind of system that we have. So the ability to address larger audience. So classroom is limited by the size, probably 60, 70, whatever. And even then they become unmanageable. So I suppose a student-teacher ratio 1:20 or 25 is ideal. But several times we have larger numbers of students in the classes. It becomes very difficult for us to cater to their needs. So ICT comes in where we can have larger audiences, but these audiences are all actually they're having a one-to-one interaction using technology. So it in turn benefits teachers also. So if you can, for example, use flipped learning as part of the teaching process, definitely the classroom sessions will become much more effective. Then resources. So there's a premium on resources, and several times they are quite expensive. So ICT helps us to share the limited resources and ensure that it reaches a larger number of people. So that is one more reason why we need ICT. And from the teacher point of view, the planning and preparation becomes much easier. Administration of students and their requirements becomes easier because you can access student data practically everywhere and anywhere and at any time. And overall, the professional image of teaching or teachers gets a fillip because when you compare the industry today, you see them often in brainstorming sessions and boardroom meetings and conference meetings and video conferencing, etc. So it gives us an image of some efficiency and some kind of activity that is properly being implemented. So teachers with the kind of usually not very brightly lit rooms quite often with a blackboard or perhaps a green board. So it doesn't give a professional image. But the use of ICT changes all this. We become more professional, corporate-like, and in many ways, using these technologies enables the learner to become industry ready, so that he will not have a kind of a technological shock, so to speak. So once the learner, he or she is able to properly utilize these technologies and have the confidence of using them and benefits from the use of these technologies, it prepares these learners to face the real world. So the scope, obviously, it is an innovative tool in teaching learning practice. especially through the internet. So you have these 4 categories here as an innovative tool and as an administrative tool. Several times we use it for administrative purpose. For example, in my college, we have a LMS for MBAs, which among other things also takes care of the attendance. So we are no longer using the attendance books that we used to have. Sometimes we misplace them or replace them. And the students are also given access to this technology so that they can also monitor their percentage of attendance. Even hourly basis, they can check their attendance as well as the staff. And we use it for inputting our CAA marks because we are an autonomous institution. We have a continuous assessment. So, and we can inform the students of certain programs or assign them some tasks. It's quite an effective tool. So it's an administrative tool. So even if I am not I'm on CL or I'm not available, I can always make use of this tool. I don't need to be physically present in the institution. So it's also a learning opportunity because e-learning or distance learning, they have really transformed how learning can be done. And one other dimension that is suggested quite often for ICT, we'll probably have a look at this towards the end. It enhances higher order thinking skills because it is learner centered and it is self-directed and it is customized learning. So it is this is one of the outcomes of ICT. How far this is achieved is, I suppose, subject to debate. But this is a very, very important outcome because today creative thinking, higher order thinking are all skills that the industry, prizes over everything else. They do not want knowledge content or content-based kind of, skills, but they want application-oriented, which can only be obtained when you focus or emphasize on higher order thinking skills. So this is the need of the hour. So okay, so the scope for education, some of this is repetitive actually, but it's good to as an emphasis, re-emphasis. So teacher learning processes for evaluation, testing can become online. So your Google Forms can become Google quizzes and all can become online quizzes. For administration, for records, registrations, placement. Then for research, of course, hugely beneficial in terms of search engines, e-libraries that are there. Several times libraries, especially abroad, not so much in India, I suppose, but in abroad, everybody, every student is given an e-card, so to speak. So in US, for example, you want to access the New York State Library. Anyone and everyone in an institution, once they register, they can borrow some ebooks or access e-resources without having to travel to, let's say New York. So even in India, we have some access. For example, the British Council and the American centers, they offer, they have e-libraries. If you become members, you are given a ID and a password, and you can access the e-library. So American Center has got no access. It gives us access for research to several journals, newspapers, books, and even theses and dissertations. So all these are downloadable and you can access. So research overnight has become quite feasible in India. Of course, not all research can be done online. The sciences, for example, labs are mandatory part of the research process. But in humanities, social sciences, all these disciplines, we can make use of the technological advances and resources that are available to us. Publication, likewise, e-materials. This is largely the materials that are in-house. So teachers, for example, we prepare some materials. For example, again, my college, the new college, Chennai. So we are, at the website, we can post our materials, our lessons, and other information that is useful for the learners. So it's a very good way. Sometimes a learner misses a couple of classes due to ill health or whatever reason. they can go and they can access. Of course, this means more labor from the part of the teachers. So, to translate all our lessons, all our allotted portions into e-materials that students can utilize means work. But sometimes you do it for particular batch, slightly that for 2-3 years the allocation is not going to change, and you don't need to do this every semester or annually. Then, of course, networking and collaboration, again, on both from the learner as well as the teachers. So we can collaborate. For example, I know I myself am part of several WhatsApp groups where erstwhile I couldn't contact the teachers, my fellow teachers, and workers, so to speak. But today I have this facility. Something so simple as a WhatsApp enables me to be in touch, to get to know what is happening. And then sometimes you can do a collaborative work. For example, you can use Google Docs, through your mail, and simultaneously you can edit, you can work on, or at a different time frame, somebody can come and everything is indicated, what changes have been made. So it's a fantastic medium for collaboration and networking. Certainly earlier, it was not available. Okay, so this is the scope that whatever I've been saying improves productivity, increases teacher effectiveness, all this e-learning. This is a scope for education. So learner in a nutshell can be reached through these methods, online, of course, video conferencing. Then YouTube is an excellent source. There's a lot of material on YouTube on various aspects of the lessons and subjects that are being taught in India, especially, and even abroad. So practically, I suppose it's not an exaggeration to say that any subject you are likely to find a YouTube tutorial. So it's become a very, very important tool in acquisition of skills. And of course, telecasting is one other method, sharing of lessons using pen drives. But online and uploading, these two are very useful methods. And of course, face-to-face classes, I don't think any proper learning can ignore this physical dimension. Despite so much I've been talking about the usefulness and the convenience of using ICT, I still feel that it has to be a supplement kind of method. It cannot substitute the face-to-face. Obviously, I don't think any of us here are thinking like that. So the ideal is a balance of physical with technology. Okay, so you have two types of communication called synchronous communication, which is synchronous means simultaneous. So it's like collaboration is the same time. For example, an online chat. So I send a message to someone, WhatsApp, for example. So simultaneously I can contact with them on mobile technology. And the other types of, which is asynchronous, which you do it at your own. Even in one way, WhatsApp can also become an asynchronous if you're not simultaneously posting. So discussion forums, blogs, and these become asynchronous sources of communication. So these are some of the ICT. So you can see something like a web browser also indicated here. The digital toolkit, so to speak, Skype, Twitter, Google, of course, is a huge area which we can use. And this cloud storages. So Dropbox can also facilitate. Sometimes I find a lot of material is shared through Google Drive. The Google Drive, they offer, I think, 15 GB of storage, which is the highest. So quite often, if it is some extensive kind of material that is available, I find people facilitate the transfer of this material through Google Drive. So you can find this in a very beautiful nutshell. So coming to the ICT tools themselves, the Google Classroom, of course, is the most popular, I suppose, which allows teachers to create assignments, host meetings, manage student submissions. So several of our assignments, we give it to the Google Classroom. We post it, students upload the assignments, and it's a very, very effective tool. Then Trello is another popular ICT tool. So some of these obviously you are familiar. I hope one or two are new to you. So Microsoft Teams, something similar to the classroom. Then Kahoot, which is a game-based platform. So some teachers are very creative in giving quizzes and review materials. So you can use this Kahoot. And Moodle, LMS, hugely popular. So you can upload media, can present learning materials, can assess student progress. Some of these, of course, are free. Some are you have to pay to use. Some institutions give us, if they subscribe, we can be part of it. But not all is for free. So then whiteboards, older technology, I think today is somewhat outdated. So large displays wherein the students can have an interactive learning session. So even the users can control from using the touch interface. Something little related to this, the language labs for language teachers, English language labs, again, use this kind of interactive methodology. Then the virtual classroom, Zoom, Meet, etc., WebEx. I also mentioned ebooks and digital libraries. We have seen that. Then some educational blogs, websites. For example, Purdue University has this OWL. Very good material on anything from grammar to literary theory and all that. So PowerPoint presentation, what I'm doing, again, I think somewhat outdated. We have to use more visually more appealing presentations today. Then NPTEL videos, again, a good source of educational videos that we have. YouTube, we mentioned. Then in some other specific specialized software, for example, Configure It Geometry. It's a tool that is used. I have not used this because it's not my area. But this is likewise for mathematics and for other disciplines. E-readers. E-readers are the best, especially if you are with studying languages or literature. I suppose any discipline for that matter. Not necessarily only those who have a habit of reading novels or books or whatever. It can store literally hundreds and hundreds of books. So this is a very, very effective tool for learning processes. So this is the same thing that's been repeated. We've seen that. And then there's some online resources like SchoolNet India. They are offering a lot of materials, even helping out teachers in some instances. The National Science Digital Library, which is a collection of resource and services. And one other which I thought is quite useful, eBasta. So where the school books are made available in digital form. Again, the bulky physical printed texts are difficult to carry, heavy to carry. So these through eBasta you can learn. But the problem here is in India we have, I suppose, 25 odd school systems. So every system, school system, we have only one or two central systems like such as CBSE and ICSE. But every state will have its own form. So I don't know whether everything has been digitally uploaded. So that we have to check. Then Diksha, of course, again, quite popular. The digital infrastructure for knowledge sharing, largely for schools. Then Mukta Vidya Vani, which is a web radio. It streams audio, something like that UGC or Doordarshan that you get. Then Siksha Vani, so podcast. Again, CBSE, that's a problem. Sometimes they are limited to central board syllabus. So then for students to study, there are some tools like CRAM. I don't know if this is new to you. So with the help of CRAM, you can have flashcards and know which makes you to memorize or to learn the concepts quite fast. Those who want to improve their vocabulary, you have WRTS. It's an easy way to study vocabulary. Kobo cards, again, similar, but it's a free software. It's a flashcard for helping. Again, the vocabulary as a tool. So vocabulary ICT tool, you can improve your vocabulary. So learning pod practice questions. So which is targeted for the student. Here I want to say about another popular way which you can, which is the chat GPT. So chat GPT allows you, to ask, when you raise a query, you give a content and you ask for certain questions, it will generate some questions for you. So probably that's more accessible today. Then again, another Study Blue ICT tool. Some of these, to be honest, I have not accessed, but I suppose they are all quite useful. So the different ICT tools under different categories, 5 categories. Some are communication tools, some are interactive tools, some for personalized learning, some for assessment, and some for teachers to enhance their own skill set. Okay, so a little bit about LMS, part of the system, learning management system, which helps us to plan, to deliver, and track the program that we are conducting. So it's essentially a software application in a digital platform to help us to manage educational content. So it can be used for anything, for course creation, to register the students, for assessments. So these are some of the popular ones. Assessments is a very popular usage. And sometimes asking quizzes is also possible through LMS. So essentially, they enable LMS platforms, they enable the delivery of different types of content, graphic, visual, or even some assessments like quizzes in an organized manner. You can keep track. Several times it is, let's say, what you call, it helps us out to know order, help us in ways automating the exercise, which makes it much easier for us to keep track. Otherwise, doing this manually is enormously time consuming and liable for more errors. So Moodle, of course, is a very, very popular LMS, an open source LMS, which supports blended learning. And it has facilities for tracking student progress. We can make use of Moodle. Then other platforms like Blackboard Learn, Canvas. So this is largely for school, K-12, that is first standard to 12th standard. Also for higher education. So then some like Talent LMS, Absorb LMS. So these are some Schoolology, iSpring Learn. So several LMS platforms are available. We can take that which suits us. Sometimes some institutions will prefer one that can be used. So blended learning. So this is where I want to focus on. I think the other panelists also would have stressed. So we need to integrate the traditional methods of teaching, face-to-face teaching, with the online ICT method. So that is the ideal learning. I guess any teacher would agree with this. I would be very surprised if someone says you can totally do away with face-to-face teaching. That is not true, but certainly the potential for using ICT is enormous. It's only limited by the creativity of the teacher, I suppose. Once the teacher is in the know-how, is confident, is technologically, adept and tech savvy, I think we can use, even with limited resources, quite extensively these tools. I think of that there is no doubt, which means once again, the onus is on the teacher, not only to be a repository for knowledge, but also to become aware of these technologies, to adapt and adopt, to upskill himself or herself, and to best use these technologies to make the learner more effective in his learning or her learning process. So increasingly, you find that teachers work, yes, automation, AI systems, algorithms, whatever is involved in this coding, whatnot, is helping us, appears to help us, but at the same time, the responsibilities seem to increase. In a sense, the challenges of being a teacher much more complex and far-reaching today than, let's say, 20, 30 years back. So some types of models of blended learning, flipped model, rotational flex, enriched face-to-face. So these are the types of these models that you have. So flipped model is what we can use, making the lessons available through mobile technology, or maybe even a small YouTube tutorial that you have come across, or you post some material on YouTube, etc., and allow the students more time for interaction and for other learning processes to take place in the actual classroom. So rotational model you makes use in turn, using the in-person, online. So it's a kind of a mix-up of all things. A flex model, again, it makes use of, actually this is more virtual learning with some on-site assistance. So enriched is almost exclusively virtual. And then the face-to-face is more similar to the regular traditional classroom instruction, but with some support to the learners. So these are some of the benefits of blended learning. Blended learning is nothing but conventional learning together with use of information and communicative technologies. So it allows for flexibility, accessibility. It is simpler, it is scalable. I'm not sure about environment friendly. Okay, so this is a IIEP portal. You can just access this. You can see that they are claiming that ICT tools are there to largely communicate. So this is a very key statement, communicate, to disseminate information. And ICT has become very central to the teaching learning interaction. I think any institution today, any teacher today cannot avoid being a facilitator of the use of these information and communicative technologies. So whether it's as simple as using a digital whiteboard, or using a smartphone, or a flipped classroom, whatever it may be. So this is something that we need to keep in mind. I've just taken, because this UN educational organization, a part of UN is kind of standard. That's why I've just taken the details from this IIEP learning portal. So they also talk about this digital culture or digital literacy. So this, along with knowledge content, we are supposed to be also equipped with what is known as digital literacy, not only knowledge literacy, but digital literacy. So graduates who are not familiar or less familiar with the digital technologies are surely at a disadvantage. So even UNESCO stresses on digital literacy, which is nothing but the skills for searching, processing, applying, even sometimes producing information, along with the use of media. Media can be anything, computers, whatnot. So this has become an important consideration for framing curricula across the world. But it also, UNESCO also is aware of the great digital divide. So one hand, they talk about developing and developed countries. So the developed countries have better access to internet, to connectivity, to personal computers, laptops, tablets, etc. But they also speak about the rural-urban divide. So even in developed countries, I suppose there is a division between the difference between those in the cities, metropolis cities, where the access, internet connectivity, everything is much faster, greater bandwidths, download speeds, whatnot, compared to a rural. So the use of technologies should be uniform. We must not create two classes of learners where those who have access to cities, institutions in cities are more privileged. They end up, becoming digitally literate or better equipped to deal with the market requirements. And therefore, they will get the chunk, the cream of the jobs and employment opportunities. This is a worrying factor. So the digital divide is certainly something that everybody, all the stakeholders have to keep in mind. Okay, flipped classroom, they give a lot of importance. So flipped classroom can be part of a blended learning. So now we come to the final part of this very quick overview of ICT in education. So what are the challenges? Obviously, resources. Use of ICT technologies is quite costly. So whether to initiate the use of these technologies, for example, a few computers that are purchased in an institution along with the internet facility, but also maintenance. So inadequate resources, both, at all levels, at the government level, at the institutional level, at the individual level, resources, money, to be very simple, is a big factor. These technologies cost money. So therefore, you'll find that we will compromise on the requirements, let's say hardware like computers, etc. So several institutions, the computers are usually reserved for administrative purposes. The teachers, for example, are not given access. Probably have a PC at home, but then the institution doesn't offer. I guess in many schools, this is the case. And sometimes in government schools, institutions, again, there's a problem. So a government school versus a good private school, sometimes you'll find this digital divide making no impact. So then one other area, obviously, teachers. So how certain, how skilled, how comfortable are teachers using this technology? Maybe for administrative purpose, like I said, maintaining a record of the students who have joined. It gives you access. Last 10 years, I want some data on a student 10 years ago. I have a record online system. I can just, maybe I've stored it in the cloud. It's very easy. Maybe for writing, maybe I want to write a paper, I want to publish a paper. I use Word or I use Google Doc. But these are not actually speaking, so, or getting information, merely logging into some website, doing a Google search. This is something that we have to keep in mind. So the relationship among technology, pedagogy, and content. So this is a huge challenge. Technology is fine. Pedagogy is the teaching methodologies that we use and the outcomes in terms of content. There must be a very clear understanding among these three factors. Then the other issues are, we are becoming increasingly dependent on technology. A simple example is use of calculators. So in the cell phones or PCs, we have calculator, or even you have calculators as a hardware device. So today, compared to say 20, 30 years back, even basic arithmetic, we do not know. We are dependent on some system to teach me. So, which is not good. I think we are, in some ways, we are not utilizing the potential of our brains if we are depending too much on technology. Health issues, headaches, looking at the screens for a long time, the blue light, that is not good for our health, back pains, neck pain, then wrist. There's a lot of people using their cell phones for messaging, other things, carpal tunnel syndrome, where you start losing the flexibility in your wrists and fingers. Surprisingly, it leads to focus issues, lack of concentration. Then this is one big problem. Increasingly, personal interaction is becoming less and less important. And like I mentioned, rural urban divide. Then one other problem today, apart from cyberbullying, that is, we have to educate our younger students, especially, as well as some risks. You're open to internet, you're open to some security risks. So we need to be open to using ICT, obviously, but availability is a factor, accessibility is a factor, affordability is a factor. Then we need computers, they are expensive. Mobile phones are more accessible, but again, they are not cheap either. Then the connectivity parts, internet, intranet, especially. So technologies that link us with the what you call knowledge that's available in the cloud. Content, yeah, sometimes even language issues. Much of it is in English. We need to be able to customize it to local needs. The capacity is the ability of the learner and the teacher to harness the power of ICT. These are some of the impacts that I think are beginning to be appreciated by a total dependency on ICT. One is on language. So WhatsApp lingo, this is a case even in Britain, is supposed to be the birth of English language, the place where increasingly teachers are worried. The students are using these abbreviations. They're using spellings that are not standard, even structures that are totally ungrammatical. So there's a huge impact on language if you are accessing a lot of the social media and other materials, especially if you are exchanging some information on WhatsApp and Twitter. Then reading and comprehension skills, yes, several times it's visually presented. We are losing out the skills of reading content and understanding. One other very important fallout is spelling. I'm so used to having the spell checks. It happens even to me as a teacher of English for so many years. So slowly I'm struggling with my spelling because I'm almost totally, I'm only using some digital format to write, and where I get the immediately there's a error that is shown. I don't need to know. See, spelling, I change the word spelling, so you get a warning, red flag. So it's so easy to lose out. Overall communication, because the social interaction, the social skills are less. Issue of focus, which we have seen, and the impact. I just posed a question: is it reduced really? Is the work burden on the teachers really reduced? So this cannot be resolved in a session or two, or even an FDP program. Perhaps we have to do some research, do some case study, maybe publish some papers. I do not know, papers are already there, but we can find out. So now, are we looking at more skill-based curricula rather than knowledge? We seem to be increasingly focusing on skills, less on knowledge. So ICT, I think, helps us to become more skill-based, but reduces the importance on knowledge. So this is the question of the hour, so to speak. Academic cheating, plagiarism, one of the challenges for ICT. So I said a practical approach. These are all the fallouts of a practical approach to use of ICT. So misuse of technology. So ChatGPT is being used for assignments, even for dissertations. I can vouch for this from my own experience. I have had a research scholar for PhD submit to me a couple of chapters, which he had designed exclusively on ChatGPT. So I had to return it, and of course he did something with it that's different. So ethical issues, it's not very easy to spot. There are some plagiarism softwares, but AI detection softwares are not catching up that much. So I think abroad they have started to check out for AI detection also. It's all right to use these wonderful, effective, marvelous tools for improving your understanding of a concept. But to make that as a substitute for your own work, for your own creative output, is, I think, a gross abuse of the technologies. And this is very well known, use of mobile technologies and other devices. So for NEET and I think for IIT JEEs, they're very, very stringent about the type of dresses you wear, mobile phones and other devices. They scan you for it because, yeah, these are technologies that can be used to cheat. And a general decline. So I mentioned this in the beginning. It's supposed to enhance higher order thinking skills. But does use of these technologies make the student less able to think for himself or herself? So this is a challenge that you can. There's an interesting survey done in some Central European country where they have given some 4 or 5 aspects to assess. Of course, the sample size is ridiculously small, 50 only. It gives us a fair idea where the advantages lie and where the disadvantages lie. So first of all, training for new tasks, it scores very highly. The use of ICT, using information technology, 31%. And utilizing time, 28%, very high. Obviously, these two are huge disadvantage in the manual form of accessing data. But what is a huge disadvantage using information? Communication with people. 50% felt that use of information technology makes you disconnected with people. And the impact to achieve correct resources is 38%. So there's a stress on the learner to use. See, even if some assignment is given and the learner is confused, you have dozens of websites giving you access to information. Which one is right? The algorithms in, let's say, Google search, they work in a very funny way. They are also manipulated in some ways. So what is the authenticity of the material that I access? So that's a big challenge that is involved in information technology. So future technologies, yes, all this virtual reality, augmented reality, and AI. So they are very important ways. Even the classroom structure, the approach to teaching pedagogy, everything is being, like I said, today I think the binary division is whether it is knowledge versus skills. If you are focusing on skills because that's what the market needs, then you have specific programs. For example, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, they're all offering specific programs. This is distinct from the traditional program, let's say BE in computers or ME in computers or some such thing. So this is a challenge that technology is posed for us. Then role of teachers, we have talked about all this, including upskilling. Teachers, all as such, teachers are learners for life. But now you need to be even one step higher. So the conclusion, only the students equipped with digital literacy will be able to manage the career challenges and the career requirements of 21st century. And blended and hybrid learning is certainly best solution. There could be some people who disagree, but I think this is the general consensus. So combine traditional classroom with digital learning tools, and this great predictor of the impact of technology on future societies, Alvin Toffler, I'm sure you've all heard. So he says that the illiterate of the 20th century are not those who cannot read and write, but who cannot learn, unlearn, relearn, especially using technologies. So thank you very much for your patient listening. If you have some feedback, I'll be happy. Otherwise, I think we can hand over the session to the organizers.
So thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
Really, it was a very energetic session only, sir. Like that only we have to tell, because you have clearly covered all the areas, sir. That too, because nowadays for the time being, we all are after COVID, we are in the ICT tools and everything.
No doubt about it.
Being a literature person also, you have clearly given all the examples to the things, sir.
Thank you
Thank
for
you so much.
giving the opportunity. I'm happy to share something that it was also a learning process for me. Some of the tools that I have learned for myself,
You have shared
I'll
the
be trying to
in-depth
apply.
knowledge of, yes,
Yeah.
sir, you have shared the in-depth knowledge of all the ICT tools and
Thank
everything, sir.
you. As long as it's somewhat
Okay.
useful, I'm happy.
Dear participants, the session over. If you have any clarifications or any doubts, you can ask. Dear participants, you can feel free to ask any questions.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Good evening, ma'am.
It was a wonderful session with a lot of input, which
Thank you.
from the
Thank you.
administrative side, you have experienced a lot of problems and actually challenges that you have shared with us. And it was nice to know that so many other things which were not discussed in the 7 days.
No, ma'am. I had a small, because coming at the fag end, I
Yeah.
suppose, had I addressed, of course, the option was given to me. I chose this because I had other commitments. But I
Okay.
suppose it would have been more technical. Maybe I would have discussed Moodle or something like that earlier. So
Ah.
I anticipated, I assumed that all these dimensions have been covered.
Yes.
So I wanted to give something which probably gets you to, it is not a negative. It's obviously ICT, all of us are using. It's not, I'm not challenging the veracity or validity. That's not my intention. But sometimes we have to face some difficult questions to better the
Yes.
learning process.
To
That's
prepare
my,
ourselves
it's only a
better.
positive thing, never a negative.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the entire session, no, it becomes, that's not the intention. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. So,
Yeah, it helped us to prepare well in advance, sir.
thank you.
Knowing
So
the
much.
risks. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Dear participants, any feedback or any comments or any clarifications, you can feel free. If it is offline, we can think over, but it is online, so you can feel free to ask. There are so many greetings and appreciation only coming in the chat box, sir.
Thank you. Okay. So I guess we are also a bit exhausted. No, I think this is the penultimate you have. So I can understand. And also several of these clarifications they must have posed to the other resource persons, because you've been having a series of, I think, a very well organized program. I think quite often I find it's not done effectively. But I really congratulate. I had a look at the different, so you have not repeated, no, these sessions were not repetitive. They covered practically everything under ICT. I think the organizers,
Yes, sir.
you can be very proud of a very, very relevant and timely FDP program. And all of us are indebted to you. So your college and to the departments and all the people who directly are involved in this program. So I congratulate all of you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
We can.
Yeah, I think it's time to.
Shall we wind up the session, sir?
Yeah, please go ahead. So shall I close the?
Dear participants,
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for accepting our invitation.
Sir, it is
And we
my
are very proud to
honor,
have you
sir.
today, sir. Thank you, sir.
It is my honor. Thank you very much. Yes.
So really, it was a very enchanting session, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for
And
your
very
kind
happy
words.
to know that you are our English HOD professor, and thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. So shall I, can I exit?
Okay, sir. Sure, sir.
Yes, sir. You
Oh,
can.
okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you all once again for having me. Thanks a lot. Bye.
சரிங்களா? ஏம்மா எல்லாரும் கூட்டமா கத்துறீங்க?
ஃபீட்பேக் லிங்க் வந்துட்டாங்க.